The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is in...
Go fuck yourself.
How's everybody's father feeling today?
Go fuck yourself.
Off is the direction you can fuck.
Let me talk to you.
That is right, folks. Let us talk to you, baby. And welcome, everyone, to the Circle Debate, End Time Wrestling, and Game Breaker Sports Podcast, episode 221, where the breaking point rises, folks. That is right. But, of course, you already know I'm not alone, folks. The host, Stevie's what obviously. With 5 minutes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right here. What you talking about, folks? My two other hosts here. And another one will be coming soon, but he's taking care of, little baby banger. So he'll take care of, but he'll be joining us. But I'll introduce, of course, man, he's going to be maybe a three-time network champion. But this man, not only he redeems to the world, but this guy normally tells you.
Off is the direction you can fuck.
Too much to tell you that. That's what he tells you. So this man is the Redeemer, folks.
Because I'm not just the coolest, and I'm not just the best.
The Redeemer is back.
Can you feel it? Do you feel it, sir? And that's what I'm talking about. It is Thursday night, Circle of Debate, the flagship show. You know what that means. We are live, and it also means that it is game over.
Oh God. This is all the time. Why? Because. That's right. And then we have, of course, attorney-at-law, folks. Because this man, he's the attorney-at-law, but if he sees something, he'll be like this.
Miss Parker.
Yes, he'll definitely do that. But this man, of course, remember this, you did not enjoy at all Crown Jewel, or you're not enjoying at all the word professional wrestling. Call this man today at 1-900-Mussolini. This man, of course, it's $3.99 consultation fee. Or let's just say you didn't get the right trick-or-treating, or let's say they're going to have you doing the ham or the turkey coming up for Thanksgiving, and you're like, no, I want to do none of that shit. Call this man today. Remember, you get a $3.99 consultation fee with a free can of Pepsi. Ain't that right, Redeemer?
Oh, that's absolutely right. And you must always remember that Pepsi Phil and Pepsi are not responsible for the $0 cash Pepsi. Top Rope Wrestling Talk, Circle Debate, and Game Breaker Sports are all responsible for this ad.
That's right. Call today.
Money's on the way. Call Pepsi Phil today. Right now.
That is right, because he'll fight for you. Attorney-at-law, what is happening, my brother? What is going on?
They have 2 words for all my filthy animals. Good thing, wasn't slow. You shout out to Ray right there. Shout out to you, Ray.
Shouts to the filthy animals.
Shout out to the filthy animals. Oh, my goodness. Oh,
Underappreciated faction in my mind. Underappreciated.
I agree.
Underappreciated. Okay. I see. Okay. All right. But, man, folks, today, it's a lot to cover. But, let's get to talk about overall because we didn't have the opportunity. It was especially with Pepsi Phil. Crown Jewel, folks, that happened this past Saturday. And we did a doubleheader this past Saturday, Redeemer and myself with the rest of the crew. We did a watch along for it, and we did a watch along for Collision. Fantastic Saturday. Had a great time.
Yes.
But the biggest question is, did y'all had a great time watching this event? So we're gonna start off with attorney-at-law to break it down overall.
So I didn't. So I'm sad I didn't get a chance to do the live watch with y'all, but I gotta tell you right now, this is the only Crown Jewel I have ever watched where I didn't yell bullshit at the screen.
Really?
Every match at the very least was not a D. None of them. There's not even. I think there wasn't even a C event. For the most part, every match felt like there was some kind of like forward impact, and it felt like a genuine pay-per-view in the sense of something big was coming up next. And I gotta tell you right now, starting off with the Bloodline versus the original Bloodline was fucking genius. Because that was the biggest question mark of that night.
True.
And they did not disappoint us. And I think someone said it best. It wasn't going to be no excellent chain wrestling match. It wasn't going to be a technical clinic. But in regards to a storytelling, the fact that Jay still don't like Roman, the fact that literally that Sami Zayn coming in and accidentally kicking Roman in the face, I gotta tell you right now, from a storyline perspective, that was a great match. The rest of the night was pretty good. The women's tag match was pretty good as well. There were some light botches, but honestly, there was like 8 women in that ring. I'm surprised a lot of people didn't fall off the damn ring, considering how insane that match was. And I'm just glad everybody was safe.
Yes.
Randy. Randy don't ever disappoint. When in doubt, just RKO your balls.
Hey, but Redeemer, I mean, Justin said it on Saturday. He's like, about fucking time he did it because
honestly, it's the new. As far as I'm concerned, the RKO is just the new stunner at this point.
Yes, I love it.
So for the most part, but honestly, and I don't know this, and we predicted this, and honestly, there is a part of me that my heart's hurting a little bit. Bronson Reed. I am sad he lost, but he did not look weak in that match. No. He damn near killed Seth in that match. Like literally, Seth only won by the skin of his teeth, which honestly kind of works for me because now Bronson Reed has shown he's a main event player, and he has a new hill to come, which would be whenever he decides to beat Seth Rollins. Because at this point, if he had beat Seth Rollins, the question I always had is at that point, the next person you have to give him is Gunther.
What is going on? What's for you, WrestlePunk? What's going on, fams?
Happy
Thursday.
So at that point, like the very least, he lost to Seth. He looked really strong. He did not look weak. But at the very least, now he can make a lateral move. And if he goes after Braun Breaker, then it makes much more sense.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So I'm gonna give him that. See, the other match that stood out to me, and I don't even know why it stood out. I was thinking that's a choice: Liz versus Nia Jax.
Interesting. Explain. I am curious to hear this.
It was a hot mess.
We know it's a fucking hot mess. We know that shit.
It's a fucking hot mess, and honestly, and this will sound insane, Dom came out looking the best out of everybody in that match. Like, if you want to know who was the most over in that match, it was Dom.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong, though. You watch that match. Who pushed the storyline in there? It wasn't Nia and it wasn't Liv. It was Dom who made that match interesting.
Yeah.
And that's a goddamn shame because now I know Notorious will say he justifiably is not a big fan of Liv, but honestly, I expected more out of Nia Jax at that point. I'm not even gonna lie to you. She had been doing fairly well in the last couple of weeks, last couple of months, and I thought that she at the very least could carry this match a little bit better than they actually did. It wasn't don't get me wrong, it was not a bad match in the sense of, but honestly, that match would have been just as fine on Monday Night Raw.
Fair.
That's fair.
The only reason it was on Crown Jewels because they both had belts. But for the most part, yeah, it was not. It didn't feel like anything mattered in that match. I don't know if I'm making sense a little bit on this one. But
I hear you.
I get that.
Which again, Cody and Gunther, I genuinely enjoyed that match. Like I said, I made the prediction that if someone lost, the loser would end up looking weak, And in this one, Gunther lost. But I got to tell you, he didn't look like a weak champion, even though he lost.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
The only real complaint I have
I want to hear
is
this.
that I'm really getting fucking tired of people showing Cody respect at the end of the night.
Why? What the fuck? That's horrible.
I'll watch wrestling for sportsmanship. That's what ROH was for.
You got to think of the international, Phil.
I don't give a fuck about international. I ain't watching that shit for sportsmanship. If I didn't, I wouldn't have loved. If I did, I wouldn't be watching Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I get it. Shout out to Dylan from World Elite. What's
good, bro?
So yeah, but you know, and I'm gonna tell you right now, my match of that night.
Okay.
The 3-way for the U.S. Championship.
Hey, let's go.
That was my match of the night because those three motherfuckers set that shit off. And I'm telling you right now, I'm legitimately. I keep calling it a mic check, and it's not a mic check. But at the mic check at 2 times at the same time, like I said, LA Knight did a great job of being the ring general during that night.
Mm-hmm.
He did a great job.
On.
Yo,
Nights, thank you so much.
Good.
We love you. Thank you so much for tuning in, man. I appreciate.
So yeah, I'm not, like I said, I am not upset. That match right there surprised me as a match of the night.
The perfection of beard. That's what it is
It's
right here.
Perfect evolution of beard growth. That is a great comment.
And remember, it's Movember, so that's right.
You're damn right, man.
That's right. But it's
I'm gonna come in looking like a mountain man soon.
Okay, so that's what you give it. Okay.
Yeah. So I said I'm not going to give it. It definitely was not an A event, but it was definitely a strong B. It was a good strong B for that night.
Okay, I respect that.
Yes.
I respect that. Interesting. Okay, Redeemer, break it down for us, brother.
Now, if you remember me saying this going into the show, I had. Like, normally I don't mind crown jewel shows. We'd go into it and I'd just be like, all right, so you're either going to impress me or I'm just going to come out of the show going, well, that was just a show.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed this show. Like, there's been a lot of crown jewels that I feel like I've enjoyed more than I've like hated because they've actually like done really good with these shows. Like, I'd say this one, I'm with Phil here. Like, I gave this a very strong B because, again, I think wrestling wise, just was like absolutely fantastic wrestling for this show. Like you kicking off with the bloodline, story wise, everything was there. Having Sammy show up at the end and just to bring up that tension, like you're not just gonna immediately put him back in with the bloodline. You're gonna have this little bit of moment where it's like, well, Jimmy's not gonna agree, and Jay's gonna be like, well, what the hell's going on? We need him, the kind of thing situation. Like I'm fine with this, like that. Again, we were so like, is this gonna start the show? And when they started the show with this, it wasn't a bad decision. It was just like surprising. Very, very surprising how they just started this because most of the time, bloodline stuff, main events. That's it. No matter what situation it's in. This is your main event, but they didn't do it. And they went with it first. But I had no issue with it starting the show.
Yeah.
And I think the right team won. You have the heel team win first. It's the right decision.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of, and I'm sorry to interrupt. The one thing I will say is this. The fact that they did not lose because the new bloodline was a better team, but because the old bloodline is barely even friends with each other,
right?
They could not agree with anything, makes it even better storyline.
Yes.
Okay.
I enjoyed the women's tag team title match. Again, like Phil said, I think it was a little botchy here and there, but I would say like Jakara and Lash stood out very well. I love Chelsea and Piper. They are an enjoyable team together. And in Damage Control, if you don't love Damage Control, then what are you doing here? And even Bianca and Jade, like, come on. They're a great team right now. It's just interesting to know what's going to come next for these tag team titles right now. Like, especially for what happened on Raw, that might be a little sign of what's to come for that, but we'll get to that when we get to Raw. Rollins and Reed, match was awesome. I just wish Reed had won. I do. I think that the way you have this go off is I think this is going to be a little mini series going on with these two.
Yep.
And I think Reed winning the first one would have been a better option. I just feel like it wouldn't really have been like too bad because like you have Seth fighting from behind. You want to make Reed look like a monster. Like this just makes it feel like, yeah, he looked like dominant as hell in this matchup. But in the end, it was just like, yeah, he went through all this and still couldn't get the job done, which was just a little disappointing. But overall, match was awesome. The Liv and Nia, again, it was a wreck. It was a wreck, like all over.
It was a wreck. I mean, but
it was all over the place. So much, like I couldn't even grasp what was happening because it felt like even the crowd just didn't really get invested in this. Because how do you get invested in two heels at this point?
Yeah,
like it's so difficult. Like for us, we'll sit back, watch the show, and just be like, yeah, I really like Liv, but I really like this Nia right now too. Is like it's. But when you're sitting there watching this, you're going, oh, it's two heels going at it. How's this going to work?
Mm-hmm.
And it was just all over the place.
I will say this. You know what the biggest issue was for me? So I realized they're both heels, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So you are never going to get anyone to like Dom. With Dom, they're just never going to like. So Liv had to be the permanent heel. The problem is that it had Nia been an asshole that Monday night before the event. So you don't even have a chance of going, maybe she isn't completely terrible, but no, the asshole Monday, and you're going, okay, so two assholes are beating the crap out of each other. Why do I?
What's my involvement in this at this point? If I'm watching two assholes beat each other up,
yeah, that's why I said the only person who got over really was Dom.
It doesn't really work that way either because he's still an asshole too.
He is. Think about it this way: of those three, who's the most engaging? Him and his damn chicken tendies.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my god, you did see that Chris Van Fleet fucking interview, right? When he
I did.
Oh my god,
7 whole days of tendies.
Yeah, another reason why it was hard to get into this was because again, I just don't give a damn about this crown jewel title thing going into this, so it was just very blah. LA Knight, Mello, and Andrade freaking absolutely just killed it. Like that BFT finish was the most creative finish I've ever seen of just this man goes for a freaking La Mystica, lands on his feet, eats a BFT. Andrade takes one as well. Mello sells it the best and just absolutely just gets spiked. I love this match. Like it's just amazing.
And here's the other thing I want to say about LA Knight. I know I used to always make the comment that LA Knight's not a flashy guy, but he's more your meat and potatoes guy. The problem is that it's not so much that he's not a flashy guy, it's the fact that he saves his moves.
Yes.
Like it's not even saved for like a big night like on Raw. He saves it for like big pay-per-view events.
It's true.
That's true.
Like, that's why everything he does is special. Like, yeah. For his Monday night matches and might be some people say it looks a little boring, or it's just like standard meat and potatoes storytelling, like technical stuff. But the thing is like when he gets on pay-per-view, that man takes it up a notch, 100%. Which is the one reason why I think LA Knight was always underappreciated. Because if you're watching a regular like daytime show, you don't watch pay-per-view, you don't know a damn thing about the man.
Right.
That's true.
But like I said, if you watch that, and I hate Logan Paul. If you watch that Logan Paul,
why you ain't a Paul man?
We had that.
Hate our man.
Me and the country of Japan. I'll be honest with you though.
If you had to use the pattern of this shit, have you?
Yep, I had to go there.
Dom did. Why not me? But the point of the matter is that when he gets on the pay-per-view stage, he really does take it up a notch.
Yes.
And he saves his best promos for like the Monday Night Raws or the go home shows or the day after shows.
Yes.
So I mean, the dude, like I said, even though that technically he might count as probably the second or fourth oldest person on the Raw roster right now, he's wrestling better than most 20-year-olds they have. Just because he knows how to save himself for like the big moments.
Yes.
So I'm gonna always stand for LA Knight. Him and then Ethan Page has that effect too. Ethan Page has that same space as well.
Yes.
Which we will talk about next.
Oh my god. And main event, Gunther and Cody, just like those two, whenever they interact with each other, they just have hella chemistry together. They just know how to put on a freaking classic. And again, outside of just not giving a damn about this crown jewel title, the match they had was freaking spectacular. They did a fantastic job. And honestly, like, I had no issue with Gunther showing like Cody that little bit of respect right there, where it's just like he gave him that look and just like, we run this company right now. Okay. So like no one's touching us. And I love that. Like, again, outside of the little bits and pieces on this show where it was just like, yeah, I'm not really that interested because this like we got 2 title matches that just don't really mean anything. And just Reed again in the moment, spur of the moment, Reed losing was just incredibly disappointing. I still enjoyed this show very, very much, and I'm with you, Phil. I gave it a very strong B grade.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, like I said, I still don't think Crown Jewel is a necessary pay-per-view. And I understand they do it because it's a lot of money. We'll get past the moral dilemma they have, but that's another story. But for the most part, this is and for me, I don't know about the rest of y'all. For me, this is the first time I cared about the event.
Yeah, it's basically, can you make it watchable? And they literally did. They put on great wrestling matches. They made you just be like, man, I'm gonna actually sit down and watch this.
Well, can we say this is like the first event without freaking speaking of Nuggets, McNugget, without him running the show?
No, because WrestleMania was that.
Yeah.
No, but I'm talking about internationally. No, I get your point of that, but I'm talking about.
Oh, you mean the first Crown Royal with Crown Jewel without him?
Yeah, without him, because normally he'll put like fucking 7. No, he'll put like 10 matches.
Right.
I mean, of what I recall, but I mean, I don't know.
I will say, yeah, I do like the fact that it was a very tight, small show for the most part. Even though there was like, I mean, there was there was a lot of busyness in the match itself. For the most part, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie to you. It went fast. Crown Jewel went pretty quickly, which I mean, considering that it was on Peacock and technically I already have a subscription to Peacock, so I don't need to worry about paying $50 for it. It's still, when I went back to review it after like the day after, it was great. I didn't mind watching it. It was. And the one thing I do want to talk about right now is the fact that now WWE has this entire stick now where they're basically just making a movie every week. And
true.
And it's like Dark One on Netflix. I mean,
yeah, but if you think about it, every episode of Raw, even the pay-per-views, is basically just a movie.
Yeah.
Like even they go last time on this show. They because it's an ensemble cast, they'll focus on one storyline, and that's what, no matter how, even though it's like sometimes we may not like it, if it's real popular, so they're just gonna stick with that one for a little bit, and then they run away from it. I mean, I think it's definitely an interesting shift in sports entertainment / wrestling, but it's definitely it feels, and this will sound weird, it feels healthier than the old wrestling used to be.
Okay.
Yeah. I see it.
Yeah. I see it.
So it's like I said, it's just I know they talk about the culture difference with what's the name with McNugget leaving, but I'll be honest with you, I am genuinely surprised. Like, you can tell a difference because when your team, when the roster's happy, they wrestle that way, which is great. So that's about it. So Rob, I believe y'all need to tell me about Raw because I didn't get a chance to watch it. All I saw was them trying to save Miz from the darkness.
Oh, that's another clip I need to get.
That's all I saw.
But I mean, before we move to Raw and SmackDown, I mean, for me, I mean, everything was great. I enjoyed it. I redeemed heard my digression. Bronson should have fucking won.
Yes.
Why can't you not give that man a PLE, the pay-per-view, a fucking win over? Why it has to be a Raw or a fucking SmackDown or give him a pay-per-view win. Yeah. I get it. I heard piece of shit out versus Celtics. Oh no, it ain't gonna hurt him. Fuck off. It did fucking hurt. It's like, this could have been, if you gave Drew fucking McIntyre the win against CM Punk in the first matchup they had, why the fuck he did not have this man get his first win against Seth Rollins. I mean, shit. But I digress. No, it's bullshit. It's just bullshit. Whoever fucking produced that show, that matchup exactly. So I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I understand the anger, but I'll be honest with you. I think losing to Seth Rollins will do more for him than winning would have. Because
I want to accept that. To be honest, I'm trying my best to accept that.
This is the reason why. Because here's the reason why. When Drew beat Punk in that first match, how long was it before we went? Jesus Christ! How much longer is this thing going to go on?
It was a trilogy.
Basically. It was
a trilogy.
We knew it was, but the problem is the way they stretched it out because Drew won that first match. We were like, what the fuck does Drew have to do now? He already beat Punk. Why would he want to do it again? And even though they gave a good reason, at a certain point, it was about somebody's fucking bracelet. Like that's what you reaching for a storyline. Now, in Drew's defense, he made that bracelet the most important goddamn thing in that entire storyline.
I'm disagreeing there. I'm just saying about the match itself, because we did talk about there was going to be a trilogy between these.
Yeah.
Individuals.
I look at it this way with that whole situation with Drew and Punk. When I look at Drew and Punk, at least they had something after Drew won that made Punk like logistically have a reason to come back and be like, listen, you can't do it. It's not like my other example here is Priest and Finn. You had basically Priest beat Finn, and then that shit was just basically over at this point. Like it's so like this was a whole situation of if you would after Reed basically takes out Rollins, if Reed had taken out Rollins and then beat him in the first matchup, this makes Rollins now be like, listen, I didn't get the job done. Now I have to come back and I have to beat him.
But does he now? Because truth be told, I'm pretty much going, okay, if at this point, I'm good. I'll be ready. I'm ready for a Seth versus Punk match now.
Yeah, but I think that should be delayed though when it comes to that, because right now the important stuff here is to push Bronson Reed to that level.
Bronson Reed, he didn't go down though. That's the thing. He didn't.
No, I hear you. That's why I'm just saying, and I hear you. It's just that for me was hard for me. It's still hard for me to accept that. I know what you're saying, but it's just hard for me for this man to do this fucking first.
So here's a theoretical question for you. Are you more hurt that Joe Hendry lost or Bronson Reed lost?
Oh my god!
I'll tell you this: still Hendry. Still Hendry. I'm disappointed that freaking Reed lost, but I'm super disappointed that Hendry didn't win because at this point, because again, it's that situation of yes, he's super over. People are gonna go around there and tell you yes, he doesn't need the championship. But at this point, why not capitalize on the popularity at this point and go for the damn gusto? And if you're not going to because, we know he's out, he's 2 freaking feet out the door very, very soon. So stop putting him in those fucking situations and getting everybody fucking excited and anticipating these moments just to be like, guess what? It's not going to happen.
Shit, I'm getting if I'm promoter, I'm getting my money before his ass walk out the door.
Don't talk about money, man. Fuck, man. I don't want to talk about that shit.
I mean, that's the basic point of it. He the hottest thing on the market right now. I'm gonna get my money.
Right?
Money.
I mean, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I'll give you credit though. And then we'll talk about this at Dynamite, but I got a Shane McMahon reversal.
Okay, save it for Dynamite. But
here comes the money.
I can tell you.
Indubitably.
That's okay. How many count is that? That is now count number 14 right there.
Let's go.
Then indubitably number 14.
Just in case everyone wants to know, also there is an indubitably counter now.
That's right, isn't it? Yep, that's what it is. But the one thing I want to say, the fuck, I'm trying to concentrate here. Fine.
Hide it. Hide it. So
I
it
was
doesn't
gonna
keep
hide
breaking
it. Okay, yeah, to be hide. But man, the opening match of the crowd, I was telling Justin and Tim and Don. It was us 3, right? And then Don didn't join us. But I was saying just the finish of the match. Tell me it was wrong. I don't think it was. They did it right. I think the whole way how Roman was supposed to be pinned by Solo, I think that was planned, but the way how it was done here, it looked like it was a botch. It looked like something derailed here. Something happened there that didn't seem right because they even got the audience was like, "What the fuck?" Like, okay, that's it. And not even like, what the fuck? Like, none of that. Something went wrong there in that story at Crown Jewel with that. So I don't know what the hell happened there. But other than that, I mean, we'll talk about Raw and SmackDown. But other than that, so you know which ones we did not mention here, but you especially Pepsi Phil, it's that fatal 4-way for that women's tag team champions.
Oh yeah,
Shout out to those 8 women, man. They did a fantastic job, man. Justine, go for it, brother.
I will say this though, in that match, and don't get me wrong, I love Damage Control, and I love Jada, but I gotta tell you right now, Jakara and the Bougie Bully, I think they stood out in that match. I think they were the MVPs of that match.
Yeah,
bro. I literally said the same thing that day.
Yep.
Because truth be told, they had and I don't, maybe it's because they had a chip on the block, but like because they're at NXT, which is considered the developmental brand, it looked like they had the most to like prove. And they came out swinging in a way that I was like, Jesus.
Think about it. Like from what I've heard, they are officially called up right now. They're officially called up. So at that point, it was literally like, watch this. You know, like the last few times that we've been on this show, like on these shows, we've basically been in these matches. We've been either taking L's or freaking only having like 3-minute matches and then having DQs and countouts and all this other stuff happen. At this point, we're in there with 3 other teams. We got to go out there and show out. And that is exactly what they did.
Yeah. I mean, I will say the only ones I'm a little disappointed in, only because it looks like they were pretty much forced to like hold back because they were kind of like the support system for all 3 was Chelsea Green and Piper Niven.
I know.
We have seen them two wrestle better.
Yes.
The way that match was choreographed, their job was pretty much to put everybody else over.
I get you.
I like how they did. They at least got their chance to make themselves look good, though, in that whole match, too, because they started like, again, Chelsea. We look at Chelsea Green and we just go, okay, she's just a comedy character. She's going to show up. She's going to be like, excuse me, I need to talk to the manager. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, she steps foot in a fucking ring and she goes in there and freaking kills it. And everyone's just like, well, why do we get this Chelsea? Where's this serious Chelsea? And then it's like, she went in there. And I honestly, at one point, thought they were just going to be like, hey, let's go for the freaking moment and give Chelsea and Piper these damn titles. And it's just like they took that away just so they could be like, comedy spots? Sure, why not?
Yeah, I'm getting, honestly, the Chelsea Green and Mia Yim garbage match
was amazing.
It was
match of the night for
SmackDown. It was. And the thing that bothers me is that, honestly, after that match, I would start to slowly do what they did with Chad Gable. And basically, when they remember, at a certain point, they stopped doing Shorty G bullshit or even like the Alpha Academy stuff, and they slowly started to turn him around. I would start doing that with Chelsea and Piper Niven at this point.
Yes,
like you don't need to abandon the comedy entirely because, like, let's face it, she is fucking hilarious. But the truth of the matter is they can make them a little more serious at this point because they both have had some major matches and had some great ass whooping matches. And like I said, I'm okay, like, because, and truth be told, if there really is a development for a women's quote unquote mid card title, I only see Chelsea Green being the only one who can do it.
Thank you. Yes,
because honestly, no one else on that roster
heard that Intercontinental belt.
No one else in that roster, no matter how good they are, does not have the same charisma that Chelsea Green does.
I mean, the one person I said originally, if you ever introduce a mid-card championship and if both brands are going to get mid-card titles, the first person, since Chelsea, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is on SmackDown. I say my first option originally was, if you're going to introduce a mid-card title for the women, you give it to Mia Yim.
Yes.
Let the as I would see her as, she's the veteran, you let the veteran hold the title. So eventually when she drops the title, she's putting somebody over in the process. Like it feels like that way. But honestly, I'm not against Chelsea being the first champion because she's putting in the freaking work with what she's doing.
honestly, I keep telling folks she reminds me of Macho Man when he had his IC run. If he had his IC run, that's who she reminds me of.
Yes,
like she's over the top, insane on some level, and literally every time she comes out and does something, it literally garners attention. And put a belt around her and do that, it's literally Macho Man doing his IC runs.
I need Chelsea Green to do a Slim Jim commercial, and I need her to.
Oh my god!
Honestly, I want her to do a cream of the crop episode. Just a cream of the crop.
Oh god! I mean,
all right. I told the kids, but I tell fans, I didn't watch Raw, so the boys gonna have to tell me about this one.
No, I know, but one thing I'll tell you, now that you guys covered everything else on Crown Jewel, so I can't add much to it. But for Raw, though, we'll do Raw and then we'll start preview for SmackDown, what we think might happen tomorrow. But man, I can tell you of what I saw of Raw, and shout, of course, to this man right here, our host, and the Notorious.
Let's go.
That man, of course, these two gentlemen, and of course, Catherine, friends with benefits, folks. That's right. To keep me updated what the hell was happening on Raw. And then one thing I did intrigue me here was, yes, baby, we're gonna get it. I just can't wait. I'll do a damn Final Testament and the Wyatt family. Fuck yeah, give me that fucking. Just seeing the Miz
the Final Testament and Miz.
Yeah, okay, there you go. I was gonna say that Miz, because he got kidnapped by.
Bro, can I just say this quick? Can we continuously get more of actually freaking not serious, freaking intimidating Karrion Kross? Can we get more comic Kross more? Like when he did that fucking video,
he did, right? He's dead, right?
Yeah, I love that. I fucking died listening to him just be like, where Scarlett's like, he got abducted 20 minutes ago, and he's just like, oh, he's dead for sure. And I'm just like, where is this Kross? Why can't we get this on TV?
Now, the weird part was that wasn't regular WWE TV. That was social media.
Right. I want that on TV. I want to see that man walking around and just hear the audible laugh from the crowd where they're just like, yeah, he's dead, and they're just all fucking die in the crowd. I'd be like, yes.
I mean,
thank you.
Deadpan Kross is great. Deadpan Kross is great. So
yes. Well, you know what? I'm gonna our host for to break down Raw for us. So he gives you a better explanation than I can. Take it away.
The show started with Liv basically coming out and bragging about her winning the title and beating Tiffany and beating Nia. And I was like, okay, this is great. Liv is doing that whole thing where she's going to get on everyone's nerves. She's coming out here. And then she basically had the interaction where she kind of tried to, be the one to kind of tease the little breakup between Jade and Bianca there, which I was cool with it, honestly. I'm like, oh, look at this. She's like, you can't trust Bianca. She'll put the knife right in your back and everything. And I'm like, this is fucking great. We keep saying we want to see Jade and Bianca one-on-one, and it's going to have to, and I'm like, we've been also saying is don't do the obvious route and turn Jade heel, turn Bianca heel. I think it makes better sense because have her be the heel where Jade's got to be the baby face. Everyone wants to get behind her. Bianca can help her get through a freaking what should be a really damn good match with that. It was a good way to start the show. And then you basically led into the battle royal. The battle royal to determine the number one contender for Liv's title, which was won by Io Sky. What else can I say about would I be freaking happy if Io won the title? Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Io Sky's phenomenal. How can you not want her to win the title? But it's we know at this point, just by looking at it, stories still live in Rhea. And now that Rhea is on the sidelines, we're going to be putting that on we're going to be holding this for a while now.
Maybe.
It's very workable.
There may be somebody else coming in too.
Yeah, that's true. But during the battle royal, they're also kind of teasing a little bit of Liv and Raquel going for the women's tag team titles.
Yep.
So got a little bit of like a lot going on there with Liv right now. But like we talked about literally during Crown Jewel, look how far Liv's come.
Yeah.
Like you told me that the breakout person out of the Riot Squad was going to be Liv Morgan, I probably would have been like, I don't know. I might have to debate you on that one. But like, she's done phenomenal.
I'll be
made notorious pretty much because he was the one that he's the one.
I'm gonna be honest with you. As much as I think Liv has truly improved, I think that only works because she has Dom.
I don't know. I think she was doing a damn good job even before she joined Judgment Day.
That's
I
true.
wonder. She was no. Remember her entire storyline though was her torturing Rhea because she wanted Dom, and that's not to say that Dom, quote unquote, was the reason, was it? But I guess it's one of those things where it's like the formula of having Dom on her side kind of gives her a foil, if you will, to kind of come out. And I'm wondering how is she going to react when, quote unquote, they break up her and Dom.
Yes.
Because at this point, Dom is the ultimate cheat code because he done went from Rhea to Liv to Tiffany Stratton.
You think he's going to Tiffany Stratton? That'd be fucking hysterical.
At this point, Dom is a hoe.
Dom
is a hoe.
He is a hoe.
Nobody wants to say it out loud, but it's true. But I'm gonna say it. Dom a hoe. I mean,
Chris said it best. Use a hoe.
If I'm Liv based on Dom's behavior, I ain't gonna trust him.
I love it. This is great.
Because every time somebody show interest in Dom starts straying.
Oh, jeez.
He just like his daddy.
That's hysterical. We had more of the New Day tension where Woods basically says that the New Day dropped the ball and actually blamed Kofi for it. And then Kofi took offense to it. So they kind of were at each other's throats. Like it was very, again, you can tell they're definitely teasing a split here.
I told you.
Which is interesting. But you can now tell that they are definitely saving it for the anniversary show of there.
Well, what I tell you, you brought it up. You're like, give it time.
I gotta tell you, I am curious about this. This is an interesting way to break a team up because they are dragging this out more than you'd expect.
Yeah,
this feels like a real breakup.
Yes, it does.
I think it does. You know what it reminds me of though? I hate to compare it, but I it's almost close to it. I'm not saying storytelling wise, but of course different scenarios. It's kind of like when it was Christian and Edge. When Christian finally got fed up and ended up giving the Edge the concerto. Remember that?
Right.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that shit. I hope that Xavier better not fucking have a theme song like Christian. Like Xavier, at last you're on your own. Xavier.
I mean, honestly, it also reminds me of Jeff Hardy and Matt Hardy's breakup too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The only thing is, one of them didn't try to kill the other with like pyrotechnics and run over them with a car and burn their house down.
First of all, do not talk about running over somebody in the car because when we get to Dynamite, I got some words for you.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I can't wait for that one.
I know.
We did get the Miz segment with the video with the Wyatt Six kidnapping him, basically telling him we didn't come for them, we came for you. And I'm like, oh my god. I mean, they had the teases of the old B team stuff.
First of all, I did see that clip, and I'm gonna tell you right now, it looked like Miz did a proof of life video at that point. Honestly.
We're waiting for you, Banger. Whenever.
What is good, TK?
Yo, what up, TK?
He'll be joining us soon for NXT and for Dynamite.
Oh, shit killed me for that. Like, it was just like, again, I'm excited. Like, I hope to God it's not just some way to get Final Testament out of this because I want it. I want the Wyatt Six and I want Final Testament and Miz because we got to say and Miz because it's not like Miz is part of the faction.
Yeah, I know.
But I want it at this point.
So here's a question for you. I love the idea of Final Testament versus the Wyatt Six.
Oh, me too.
But someone made an interesting argument. The Wide Six at this point is a huge faction for the most part. They are probably in recent years they're probably the largest faction we have seen.
Yep.
At a certain point, they have to start finding people they can fight together.
Yeah, that's true.
They will start to run out.
Yes.
And I mean, granted, you can only do so many tag matches with two members of the Wide Six, one member of the Wide Six, women's match of the Wide Six. At a certain point, how long do you think it is before they start? I don't think they're going to fall out, but how long is it before they start going their separate ways?
I think for me, honestly, to answer that question, I feel like it's going to happen after the Rumble. I think from there we'll find out where they're going to go to.
Yeah.
I think right now, because I don't think it's going to be a boring KPG. I know that you're saying no, I don't think so. But shout out to KPG. I just feel like we get to see two evil factions going at each other, going to war,
right?
And seeing Scarlett Bordeaux in the ring finally. It's been a long time we haven't seen her in the ring performing. With her and Nikki Cross, I'm intrigued. Right. And seeing just AOP and Miz, them going after Joe Gacy and Eric Rowan, and man, you know what I mean? It's just I'm excited to see that in Survivor Series. And they're doing it the right way for me. I know people are like, why did I know? Because then it dies out quick. You don't want that. You don't want that faction to die out so quick. You want it to give it. You want to give it a real good story reason. And this is really more like, when I said this before, is more like, and they're more anti-bully. What do you think that promo? What happened on Raw? Like how Redeemer was mentioning the promo. It was just like that whole segment. It's like you could tell. No, we come for you, to come repent yourself. For him to say, "Come, repent yourself." Like, oh shit, that's like some anti-bullying shit that they're against with. Which is you got to think marketing style. It is beneficial for them to do that because it really. Gives that people that, hey, anti-bullying is no good, but but the storytelling of it's gonna get to Survivor Series. The best way to book Survivor Series War Games with all those type of matches, group factions like that? But, I mean, come on, we grew up with Survivor Series traditional beginning with 4, and then later down the year it's 5. Then it happened as more than 5. Why not in a War Games? For that to happen, faction of 4, faction of 5, 5-on-5. I don't care, but I feel that it's not gonna kill the story. It's not boring. It's gonna get it going. But that's pretty much how I feel that with those two factions, and seeing Final Testament. Besides them, but also the Wyatt family, for them the Wyatt Six to do their separate ways individually. For the tag team division, for the mid-card title, I wouldn't mind seeing Joe Gacy going for after that, or Dexter Lumis going for that fucking Intercontinental. Wow. I don't mind seeing Eric Rowan or the men 3 versus War Raiders. I wouldn't mind seeing. Come on, Uncle Howdy going after the main championship against Gunther. That's a lot of shit. You can tell, but you don't want to rush into it. You want to give it its time for those factions.
Yes.
But that's just me digressing. But I apologize. But yes.
Kayla! Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this news.
Oh, of course. Of course he does.
Wow.
The Death Triangle podcast. What's going on, Chef? That's right. Yes, we are.
Yeah. So I will say I do agree with you. And weirdly enough, I think the Wyatt Six has a storyline where they actually don't need to break up or go their separate ways.
No,
they were basically just be Wyatt Six like Roman Reigns thing. Yeah. So I was curious because I don't think the Wyatt Six is very simple because here's the thing: they're not a heel faction, so they have that going for them. You could probably use the phrase they're tweeners at this point, but for the most part, they're basically a face. So I guess my thing is I'm curious to see at a certain point, how do you book them next? Do you break them up, or do you have them go their separate ways, or do you have them still be a unit, but they tend to fight all over the place?
I like the latter right there.
Yeah, and then basically it's if somebody has a problem, all of a sudden Uncle Howdy comes to help them. or if
Yes,
somebody
I like
that kind of thing, because that I think would work much better for the entire Wyatt Six concept. And it was the one thing that was the one thing I had with Bray Wyatt and his family, was that they never really did any separate matches. They always kept chasing after each other. That's probably because of Vince.
Oh man, she got blocked because she said Statlander for life. Oh man, that sucks.
I mean, think about it also, like the way you were talking about that, like you don't have to split them up. You can basically have them go out, do their own thing. And it's like, because think about like the Wyatt family did that for a while, themselves as well. Like literally, Harper went out by himself for a little while. Rowan went out by himself for a while. Bray went out by himself for a while. Like the family was just kind of there. Like the Rowan and Harper were out doing tag matches together. They were out doing singles matches together. Like they were just the Wyatt Six could do that. Like you could literally keep two of them together as a team, while Uncle Howdy goes and feuds with somebody else, and then Nikki Cross can go do stuff. Like,
so the big question I have, honestly, is Alexa Bliss.
I know she's going to be the big questionable one.
Because I don't know how she's coming back. If she can, not when, but how she comes back. Does she come back as like, say, the freckle faced stepchild who's like, I was part of this group before you guys, and now I need to take you down? Or does she come and become a member and team up with Nikki Cross again?
I would like to see a segment with them where she has a match, and after the match, all of a sudden the lights go out, and that's when like Howdy shows up and like brings back the dark Alexa Bliss. I think that would be something interesting to see.
Yeah, because like I said, first of all, I do not want the quote unquote the Barbie doll Alexa Bliss, because I like her evil doll Alexa Bliss was a lot more fun, honestly.
Yeah, the one with Lily. Yeah, Lily was creepy as hell. I'm gonna say that.
So Alexa Bliss is the one who I'm really excited to see what she does when she comes back, which isn't going to be in 2025. So we do have that looking forward to.
We had War Raiders and New Day, with War Raiders getting the win. Again, it continues the dissension of the New Day, which I'm very intrigued to see how this is going to play out at the anniversary show. We had the Sammy and the Usos segment, which was absolutely necessary. This whole thing, like it is, again, Jimmy basically like doing his thing like he was doing beforehand, where he's basically telling like, you don't need him, we don't need him. It's that bringing the tension into this instead of just jumping the gun right to the conclusion that we know is coming, which I love it. That's what I love about this whole now.
That's the irony though. Remember, at one point, Jimmy was the one who said, bring in Sammy, and Jay was like, we don't need him.
Yes.
Remember? So the fact that the wheels have turned is really interesting from a storyline perspective.
Yes. It was a very, very good segment how they handled that whole thing. Like just having Jimmy tell him we can't trust him. He can't be trusted. And then Sammy just basically coming out and saying, you can't trust me. Like, and I'm just thinking, like, bro, that was the honorary Oos for a reason. Like, you trusted him at one point, but now you can't trust him because he basically you believe it wasn't an accident that him and Roman collided like that. And that's when it starts, like, it's the nice little tension that we need to keep this really interesting before we get to War Games. Gable and Dragon Lee as a singles match. Apparently these two just decided to go out on Monday Night Raw and say, hey, you want to put on an unnecessary banger? Because that is what happened.
There is no such thing as an unnecessary banger.
Like, those two freaking killed it out there. Like, Gable, we know, is incredible. Dragon Lee is freaking awesome. Like, again, it's that wrestling, like mat-based wrestling that Gable has, but he's also got this like unexpected strength against these all over the place Dragon Lee. Like, it's such a good combo of styles, and it was an awesome matchup. Like, the only thing is Ray helping Dragon Lee win. Like, what is with Ray feeling like he's kind of a heel in this situation here?
Yeah, they're playing with that. Honestly, they're playing with that a lot because they're trying to find some way to honestly. I think they're trying to do something with Ray, and I don't know what it is at this point because he's been waffling around doing some cool stuff, and I feel like they're playing with the idea of making him a heel just to see how the crowd takes it because they're not really going all in on it just yet. Because honestly, it's like the equivalent of trying to make John Cena heel, everyone or Rob Van Dam. It's like stop fucking around, this kind of thing.
And then, we had the main event. We had the main event, the Fatal 4-Way, to determine the number one contender for the world title.
Oh baby, oh baby!
Damian Priest gets the win. I'm gonna be brutally freaking honest here. I wanted Dom to win this. I wanted Dom to win this. I wanted it. I'm sorry. Like, I know it would have just been a one-off. I know it would have been a one-off, but just that whole thing of having Dom go out there and say he wants to basically prove himself. This man's ballsy enough to step in the ring with Gunther. You could have had him go in that matchup. Yes. Would it probably have been a slaughter? Maybe. But you could give Dom his hope spots to where people will be like, oh my God, is Dom going to do this? Could Dom do this? Like, it's not going to be that bad. Even if it's just a one-off, like something. I feel like you're jumping the gun too soon by having Priest win this one. This match should have been saved for Saturday night's main event.
Are we sure he's going to win is my question.
I don't think Priest wins. I don't think so
either. I think this though does give him quite a bit of I think this gives him a new direction to go with his character at this point, especially since they're trying to break him away from Rhea and the Terra Twins, and they're trying to like build him up separately because they've been coming up with some wacky shit to kind of get him going. Right. So, and while it's a little weird, I think I'm okay with it. But I agree with you. I don't think it's ready for him to beat Gunther right now. Gunther's way too strong. And honestly, even that match with Cody, he still looked great.
Yes.
And why would you stop that?
Right. Gunther is basically the guy when I look at him and I go, he's the one that can go out there and yes, he is technically a heel in Imperium. But this man goes out there and basically gets the job done by himself every single time. So, like, he goes out there and he is just that damn good. His matches are freaking great. He's a damn good character. Like, I still love the fucking thing with Bret Hart, and I love the shit with Goldberg. Like, I will say this, just do not give me Goldberg and Gunther unless Gunther, if there is any freaking possibility, now that we know fucking Goldberg is having his retirement match next year, if that is the matchup, do not, I repeat, do not have Gunther lose to fucking Goldberg.
See, I was going a different direction on that one.
Really?
Yeah, I want him to lose to Brock.
Oh, jeez.
If you lose to Brock Lesnar, that's your Universal Champion right there.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Think about it. If you beat Brock, the next step for that man is the Universal Championship.
Man.
Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, retiring Goldberg would be nice. Beating Brock Lesnar gets him a whole lot of capital.
I mean, give him both. I'd say have Gunther do both.
Yeah.
You want to keep him looking absolutely strong? Say this is the man that not only retired Goldberg, but beat Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
Yeet. Because I think, honestly, Gunther deserves it. Like, this man is right now easily one of the best things going in WWE right now. And if you want to, like, seriously, continuously keep him on the level he's at and then elevate him even more, not only does beating Goldberg do that, but then he goes in there and it's like, we finally get the matchup that we were kind of fully, like, really hoping for in Lesnar and freaking Gunther. But having Gunther go over Brock Lesnar Gunther is like basically going to be untouchable at that point.
I mean, the only thing that would have been better is the day. Remember the time Brock broke the streak, and his next match he did Suplex City on John Cena.
Right.
That's pretty much the equivalent right there, because like that's how you build your dominant, right? Your dominant cat right there. And the thing here's the big issue I have with Gunther. Because we enjoy his wrestling so much, it's real hard to hate him during the match. Like when his promos is like, yeah, it's easy to dislike him and realize he's a heel. During the match, you're like, God damn, Gunther, really? Carry on, sir. Carry on. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, he was a heel when he was fighting Sheamus. Who else was there? Sheamus. The three-way he did with Sheamus and
Drew.
Yeah, Sheamus, Drew, and Gunther. I'm not gonna lie to you. Gunther is the heel in that. I was rooting for Gunther to win that match for a reason.
Everybody was at that point, it felt like, because even with Drew going in there, Drew didn't feel like he needed to be in there. Sheamus was really the only one that logically felt like he needed to be in there because we know what his freaking goal is. It's to win that Intercontinental Championship, the one title he has not won yet. And it's just like Drew just feels like the third wheel here, where it's like, you kind of shouldn't be here. Why are you on this again?
He was, but the funny part though is when you watch that match, you're like, it became a thing.
Unnecessary banger again.
Yep, exactly. Okay, yeah. In this case, yeah. Because honestly, no one thought it was going to be like that. The point where they're actually like, there are counters who people still have counters of the amount of chops in that and the amount of chops in that match was insane.
Oh my god, what a matchup that was!
I mean, honestly, in my head, Gunther beats Goldberg and Lesnar.
Yes.
To be clear. Then after that, anybody who's got the Universal Champion, good luck to you.
Good luck to anybody who steps into Gunther while he's world champion at that point. If he goes into those two matches as world champion and conquers both of them, anybody who beats Gunther is immediately elevated at that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
And honestly, if you think about it, he is definitely a Triple H guy.
Easily.
Okay.
Like Triple H loves that man. But Raw overall, I thought was just very solid. It wasn't too like extravagant, over the top. It didn't wow anybody. It just got in, did what it needed to do, gave you a few little more progressions on some stories, and then it was just there. Like, and again, it was the fact that it was pre-taped and in Saudi still wasn't as bad, because Saudi was still a really good crowd for Raw. It was it just was a very solid Raw.
They got spoiled. Honestly, I feel like they had good matches. The one that I was really impressed was Dragon Lee and Chad Gable. Oh my god,
bro,
man, those guys.
We just talked about that one. Yeah, go ahead.
Baby Kurt right there.
No, I just wanted to say, I know.
Kurt Angle, you shrunk.
Your hair again. And apparently traded Charlie Haas and Shelton Benjamin for the Creeds.
So here's the thing. I love Chad Gable. I love Chad Gable, but I'm not gonna lie to you. That storyline about him being pissed about what's his name going to get married, that was terrible acting. That was some terrible ass acting.
Oh my god.
What he should have said was, he's getting married and didn't invite us. What?
Oh man.
So
I love it.
But again, the production on Raw has been honestly impeccable.
Yes.
Legitimately, like I said, a generation difference from what we had just 5 years ago.
Right. and they've done a hell of a job, even like with this, while it's being 2 hours. They've done a really good job now, because again, like the first show again felt like they didn't find that groove. And now it just feels like they're on a nice little like track right now, where they're finding that groove of being like, this is what a 2 hour Raw is like.
Yeah, that's true.
I remember how critical we were of their first 2-hour segments. We were like, what the fuck? Everything seems squoozed in.
Right.
And like nothing felt like consistent or anything. By the time like 3 weeks after, on the third week, we're like, oh, I guess they figured that shit out.
I guess you found out. You must have flipped the page and been like, okay, instruction manual to 2-hour Raw. This is how we do it.
Okay, so now with Raw, like, what about SmackDown? We got a lot of previews coming up tomorrow. We don't know what's going to be, with the whole what happened on Raw. Sammy saying, I don't want to be a part of this. No. Hey, Sammy Uso, we see him going over there. Then he's going to go, he's going to go to SmackDown tomorrow, most likely. We're going to see Solo probably having a celebration. Yeah.
Yes.
He's going to be celebrating on his win. He pinned the tribal chief or the queen, whatever you want to call. And it's just like, all right. And then what's next for LA Knight? We don't know who's going to be the next contender. There's a lot of potential there, even for Motor City Machine Guns. Now that they're the tag team champions, I don't know what's going to happen with Nia and Tiffany Stratton because Nia was pissed after what happened at Crown Jewel. And and Kevin Owens and Randy Orton because Randy's part of Raw. Am I correct? Right? He's part of Raw.
Technically, he's on SmackDown actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're right. It's SmackDown. So now in this case, it's like unless Nick Aldis decides to give him a fine for doing what he did to, Adam Pearce, I don't know where they're gonna go with that story. There's a lot of stories that need to start building now on SmackDown. They have to start. They got to start now.
Yeah.
We are how many weeks away from Survivor Series? We are what?
Survivor Series is the 30th of this month. So
we got 3 weeks. It's plenty of time, honestly.
So we have time to build some stuff. It's just we got to be very careful and not rush it.
Very true. So I think you're Redeemer. What are your expectations for SmackDown? What's it overall? And it's I don't know, brother. I mean, I can't wait to hear you.
It's tough because, like, again, sometimes week by week, I look at SmackDown and I go, like, what can we tell here other than Bloodline story? It feels like. Because really, LA Knight really just feels like now that he just beat Andrade and Carmelo, what's next? Who the hell can we find to be his next challenger? Like Randy and KO, we can clearly get more of because the match didn't even happen at Crown Jewel. So now you can build more of it towards Survivor Series, or you could have it freaking wait until Saturday night's main event, whichever one you want to do it with. So again, more than likely, I could see it's going to be Bloodline stuff, but like we'll probably get more of like Tiffany getting kind of pushed around by Nia to the point where she's just going to be like, I'm tired of Nia's shit, which is either going to happen on a pay-per-view or on a SmackDown at this point. It's just SmackDown is so hard to kind of predict on what could actually happen because it has its stories, but it kind of doesn't at the same time. But I'm intrigued. I'm always intrigued with SmackDown because it's like, can they give us a solid show? Because again, like I've said multiple times, I feel like SmackDown is mostly usually hit or miss, with most of the time being miss, which is pretty sad to say. So hope they give us something good.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I was looking at the SmackDown current roster. There is a couple potentials that I could see who could feud with LA Knight. One, they could do Waller and A-Town.
Have them say no more. I mean, you give me my boy Waller going for the United States title and winning the fucking United States title.
I honestly wouldn't mind that. And you have, I mean, they already kind of did Santos. You don't want Rudy Santos again.
Right.
You got even Montez Ford, maybe. And
I mean, with Tez going around there, kind of talking about not being happy as a tag team right now, and kind of feeling like his existence in WWE just kind of feels like nothing right now.
Yeah, that's true.
I could see that you could do a thing where you could kind of split the Street Profits up without actually turning one heel, which I wouldn't be against.
Yeah, and you still have DIY. They're able to mess with them and have them do something. Nakamura, that even though he's going to Noah at the beginning of the year, but you can have him start something with LA Knight. I still wouldn't put Bloodline yet I think it's too soon. I think have them more because they're going with this story with the bloodline heading into Survivor Series.
Yes.
I mean, now Apollo Crews, he's on his own. Now the Baron Corbin is pretty much gone. I mean, AJ, he's hurt. So there really ain't that much on the SmackDown roster that they could really, really push. It's only those tag teams division. I mean, I honestly, I'd rather see Austin Theory and Grayson Waller, because then I think from there we could get the actual split happening after that. They're having their triple threat with LA Knight, and I think that's when we can see that they're going to go different directions.
See, now again, take this with a massive grain of salt.
What up, Henry? How are you, brother?
What is good to see, Henry?
Hey,
there is talk that Netflix basically wants to sway the ending of the brand split. If that is the case, you know how I'm going to say this. I'm with it. I hope they do, because at this point, if you're going into Netflix in January and with all the talk of SmackDown supposedly somehow, even with it still being on USA, ending up on Netflix, why not just freaking make the roster one? And that way, with even if the possibility of the whole SmackDown turning into 3 hours thing, while Raw ending up going back to 3 hours. If you're going to freaking make both shows 3 hours, you have to load that roster on both sides. So in other words, to simplify everything up, just put the roster as one again.
I am so with you on that, to be honest.
It's easier.
So I got a little bit of a different opinion on this one.
Okay. I want to hear it. Yeah. Debate it.
Yes. I want to hear this. I want to hear
this.
So here's the thing. The thing I'm realizing is that they have different skill set wrestlers for SmackDown and Raw. Right now, it feels like SmackDown is going to be focused on a few singles wrestlers and tag teams.
Okay.
So if they're building that up, I understand why there's limited stuff. And honestly, I like having LA Knight because SmackDown, the Fox quote unquote, wants them to have like a belt as well. I mean, LA Knight, honestly, in my opinion, actually probably can fight anyone on that roster. And I know, and it doesn't, and like I said, even though there is a quote unquote brand, whatever, what I will say is that honestly, there's nothing stopping anyone from just jumping ship and just showing up there. So I'm not really worried about the number of people because, like, at any given point, somebody else could show up. So as I look at the whole roster and figure out who would be best to show up and do it, and right now, because there is a part of me because, like, I think they can just randomly drag someone and go, somebody's just been recruited or whatever. So even though it is, I mean, that's how many times have we done that to us? So.
You know, you just give me an idea of that. What about they do something like I get what you're saying, but what about if they do something like have at least a free pass, like have a middle person? Let's put it like this: instead of like not completely split. I mean, put the brand together, but have individuals, how you mentioned, competitors to go to another brand and compete for that title. So they already did it for one, they can do it for another, like a free pass, right? Like I'll give you an example. Pete Dunne. Have fucking Pete Dunne go to SmackDown and challenge fucking LA Knight for that.
Please.
I'll give you another one. Like, we could just look at the women's tag championship.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. Like, they just have people showing up. They just, like I said, they have three. They don't have two. They have three brands. So they can just have basically a tunnel of just everybody showing up every so often. Like, for me, I mean, what if Obafemi showed up?
Oh, for the love of God. I'm just going to say it. Give that man whatever mid-card title as soon as he gets there.
Because Cruz be told right now, as much as I think he deserves the NXT championship, as far as I'm concerned, he's main roster ready.
No, he's ready. He's ready. You're right. He's ready.
And if they're if they're having people bounce around between brands like they have been, I got no reason to think that Obafemi shouldn't be the first one to challenge him.
Right there. That's the truth.
This is what I've been saying forever.
SmackDown struggles is why people think Cody's freaking title reign is so piss poor. And it's the shit it's the reason why it is so piss poor, and that is the freaking issue. Yeah. SmackDown needs something, and like at this point, like I said, if you're going to just go for it, don't try to freaking insult people's intelligence and be like, we clearly know that the brand split exists. And you're just going to be like, oh, just go against it. And they'll never freaking go. And then no one's going to bitch and complain. No, just fucking call it right here. Realize it and have your both freaking Raw and SmackDown GMs where they basically can be like, it's one roster. You pick your freaking pool for the show each week where you bring people in and go from there. It's then now you're telling story. You're telling your stories on both Raw and SmackDown, basically giving us more build for stuff during like towards a PLE. Like you got more coming out of this if you keep it going, but if you have it as one roster.
Agreed with that.
I mean, if they weren't going to be on two different networks, or technically three different networks because we're including NXT in this, I would agree with you. It's the problem there are multiple networks, and networks get real greedy with their characters. That's the only thing. That's the only issue I have, and only concern I have, honestly.
Right.
If all three brands were on Netflix or on Peacock or wherever, the point of having a brand split would be completely useless at that point.
Right.
I get you saying. And shout out to Rusty.
Shouts Rusty.
Rusty. And again, honestly,
Logan James.
What is good?
Appreciate you.
And truth be told, based on some of the recent moves they've been making with wrestlers and free agents anyway, I don't know, man. They might have a surprise or two for us.
Good.
I think the thing for me, I get what you're saying, Pepsville. I think for me is really more is I look at more the background of it, what's the creative of it, of what you're gonna have for each individuals and who should be on television, not should be on television, given the time, not the time, because the roster is stacked overall. Just knowing what is it you're gonna use these individuals for. And where to put them at, and where you see, okay, I need to elevate this person. Let me try this person. That's what I think overall. Why I agree with Justin Moore with Redeemer of the brand split. However, I get your point too. But if that's the case, that's what I'm saying. That make it freelance, everybody to go and want to hear it. Okay, I want to go for that title. You know what I mean? Like not to be an actual roster. Like here, no. Give it, because I am more focused on giving me a story for those individuals for me to be invested and why we're using them. We have 3 shows, well, technically 2 shows. I'm not counting NXT because NXT is their own brand. It's just 2 shows. If they can really figure out how to use them in those 2 shows in those 5 hours, they'll be right now. 4 hours right now until the end of the year. Then we'll get, hopefully, both of them 3 hours each. It'll be 6 hours. They got enough time to figure that shit out. They got plenty enough time. And that speed shit needs to go. Because that speed shit, I am not interested in all that. I mean, oh, man.
I mean, honestly, I keep forgetting speed exists.
Dude, they're fucking having another tournament. Why is it Shaman and Braun Breaker fighting for... Who the fuck is the current... Andrade? Is it Andrade? Why? What the fuck is that about? That's why I'm like, no. It's just...
They're building a buzz, man.
But...
They're building a buzz. Like I said, it's the same... And when I'll use a reference, it's the same reason they gave Jericho the ROH title.
Right.
If you want speed to mean something, you got to start using folks.
And shout out to the criminal... the Xbox Terminal 3605 on Instagram saying the only reason Xavier Woods is mad at Kofi is because he was at the Diddy party. Oh shit!
Oh god!
Send
out the SOS. SOS.
I wish the represent. I remember. Yep, I appreciate. Yes, we love you guys too. Appreciate you guys very much. Make sure to check out the rest of network.com.
Yes,
for everything there. Wish draft wasn't.
Yes,
so I know. Yeah, I get you. I we'll see how they, because How you mentioned
honestly,
both of you guys. Go ahead. I want to hear you.
I'm honestly I want to see what this new draft looks like. I'll be honest. I'm curious to see what this new draft looks like and how they treat it.
We gotta
Because I
wait to
guess,
see. Yeah.
yeah, because like truth be told, they may call it a draft and a brand split, but will it actually be that or just be name only? Because what's surprising me is that like they haven't done the stuff like if we're going to say Triple H is going to bring in a quote unquote new era, like are they have so far he has not done the same shit that Vince did back in the day. So I gotta genuinely see what he considers a brand split and a draft. Because truth be told, it could just be an excuse to break up some people and make more singles to send to down to Smack. So I don't want to. That one's a little bit hard to like. Cause I'm with you. It's a little bit hard to guess what the future and the state of SmackDown actually is at this point.
I mean, any final thoughts on both of these shows?
It's gonna be interesting to see what comes out of SmackDown. Like that's really the thing, because it's like that's basically what every week is. It's just like what could come out of SmackDown. It's because it'll be like, yeah, this is worth a SmackDown show. Raw, we just know is at right now, even at 2 hours, is still killing it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, before we get into NXT, folks, we got some news, folks. Because we did have a chance. We were overwhelmed. But I still want to know, where did they go? I know you. Where did they go?
I got my pick right now, and
that's right. Baron Corbin, Tegan Nox, and Indy Hartwell. Keep in mind, I'm going to say it the other way. They're not released. They're just more like, you're a free agent now. You are, please, we're not renewing your contract. I'm sorry. Future endeavors. That's it. And it's an unfortunate. Baron Corbin, Tegan Nox, Indy Hartwell. Indy one is the one that hit in Baron Corbin because they were getting built up a lot. Tegan, I know, injury prone, not her fault. Shit happens. But Indy was getting built up a lot at the moment, and then it just, I don't know where it bye. Like, no, man. I don't. It's hard, but I'll let you take it away, host, man. I mean, it hurts my heart. It hurt my heart. Oh, go ahead, Redeemer. Take it away on this one.
Yeah, this was tough because again, like Indy, I would feel like I'll say this: Indy, I don't feel like got much in WWE, and I hate saying that because outside of the Way stuff and her and Dexter, yes, she won the NXT Women's title, but like that was such a short run for her, and they put her on the main roster, and it just felt like nothing. It's for her. It sucks. I hate saying that for her. Tegan, I get why they never really used her because they were afraid to really commit to her because look at what's happened with her. She's basically just you put her up on TV, you have her have a few matches, and then she's out with an injury, and then she comes back, and then she's out with another injury, and I feel so bad for her because it feels like she's injury prone, and I hate throwing those words out there about her because I love Tegan Nox or Nixon Newell if you want to call her by her other name. Like she's fantastic. Like I think about that Mae Young Classic every freaking time and go, look at that. That's the woman that honestly, in my opinion, should have won the damn thing. She should have won the damn thing, and look what happened. She had both her freaking knees blow out on her, and that sucks so much. And I'm just like, I'm scared to like see it, but like even Corbin, I'll throw this for Corbin. I've always been on and off the boat when it comes to Corbin, but after his run in NXT where he basically came back, yeah, exactly. When he came back to NXT and had that run where it's just basically no gimmicks, no nothing. I'm just Baron Corbin, and he teamed up with Braun Breaker, and like I was so locked in on that Baron Corbin that when he got back to the main roster, I go, just give me that Corbin. Just give me plain old, no nothing, no nonsense Baron Corbin where he's just going to go in there, beat people's asses. And I wasn't even intrigued with him and Cruz as a tag team because I like the two of them and another guy who I feel so like it's so shitty to see him sitting on the sidelines doing nothing is Apollo Crews. But him and Corbin was a great team. And just, again, nothing for him. Like, sadly, Corbin's been involved with a lot of really bad stuff. Primarily, let's just say the dog food stuff with Roman Reigns. That stuff was god-awful. Constable Corbin was god-awful. King Corbin got drug out so damn long that it was eventually got awful. Happy Corbin was freaking terrible. Corbin,
I feel like McNugget was kind of giving his own personality, but on someone else.
The one thing I will give Corbin about that whole situation, though, is at least he was willing to just go for it.
He got paid, man.
Like I said, he was willing to just do it. Whether it sucked, whether it was good, he just did his job. He went out there and did it. And I will give him that every single time. I'm my option right here for these three right here. Go to TNA. Go to TNA. All three of them.
Ooh, I like that.
All three of them. Indy and Tegan absolutely helps bolster that knockouts division big time. And honestly, with way TNA handles certain people, like from WWE, like when they go over to TNA and look at the way they handle those people, Corbin would do fantastic in TNA, I feel like.
Yeah. I think he would. I would have seen him and Moose, to be honest.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I think honestly, Corbin throughout even though he was only all WWE, because I know he went through that, and I wouldn't say he was an NIL, but he came from football to straight WWE.
Straight to NXT.
Yeah, but he understood the psychology, and I feel like he could really explore outside ventures, and he can even help the talent to get an understanding of the psychology in WWE style, we could say. I know a lot of people say that. I don't like to use that word, but it is what it is. Okay, I guess you could say entertainment-wise, I would call it more. But it just, I feel Corbin could really be a great coach for that, and at the same time helping himself to get more understanding of the independent circuit or going to another promotion. Like I think he could do fantastic in TNA. I guess I could see him doing something in TNA for sure. Even in New Japan, I could see him doing something, or Noah. I could see him do. I don't see him doing gimmick stuff because I don't think that's his cup of tea. I think he takes himself seriously when it comes to his talent. I think he got fed up with, like, I know Rusty mentioned that bum ass Corbin was.
I'm not gonna lie. This comment right here.
Which one? Corbin and
the one right here. Corbin and Eddie Edwards reformed a new version of the Wolves.
I like that.
I don't hate that. I like the sound of
that. I don't hate that either. I love that. That's a good call on that one, Rusty.
But yeah, honestly, I think Corbin has some really good, like, interesting matchups in TNA. And I just think TNA would know how to handle him, make him look like the Corbin we know. Like, I just keep thinking of NXT, OG NXT Baron Corbin, where he just went out there, fucking 30 seconds or less, and your beatdown's free. Like, that man was fucking fantastic. And it was just like, look at him. And then he gets strapped with all the terrible stuff. And it's just like, now's a chance to just revitalize himself. Go out there and just beat people's asses like you do. Hell, even if you want to, give me Corbin in Japan.
I wouldn't mind seeing Corbin in Japan, but you know how I'm going to sing is this man right here. GETCHO podcast. GETCHO podcast.
What is good, Joss?
That's right. If you haven't checked out the new episode, it came out earlier last night, but you check it out today on here on this channel, folks. Check it out. They went through a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Shout out to Powerbomb Jiu-Jitsu right there, and Vince, of course, Papacito.
Yes.
And let's see, I can see Tegan Knox back as a coach. I can see that too.
I'm not against that. That's cool.
I'm not against that too. It's just that, man, I don't know, man. Tegan, she's bad luck, man. That sucks. I don't like her to have. She's great. She's talented. It's just that how the fuck did she get hurt? It's like how many times she got hurt? Like what? 3-4 different times, right?
Yeah, literally. She freaking just think about it. She freaking blew out her one knee in one Mae Young Classic. came back, had a second one, blew out her other knee in the same exact freaking tournament that she blew out her first one in. She came back from that injury and then got hurt again. Like, she just has this fucking black cloud that hovers over top of her that's just like, okay, Tegan, I'm coming for you. And I'm like, what the? How about fuck off, black cloud?
Yeah,
leave Tegan alone.
So the funny thing about these quote unquote non-contract renewals is I would be more stressed out about them if it was 10 years ago. At this point in time, the wrestling landscape's so busy and huge.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are definitely going to land somewhere. Because let's face it, first of all, I'll give Cody credit because he was the one who made being a journeyman actually profitable. And I know that's probably not fair because there are a bunch of other cats who've been doing it before Cody was. But Cody put it on social media, put out that shopping list of places he wanted to work, and did it. A few years later, everyone started doing it. And there are a bunch of others between these two, but the only ones I mentioned are like the famous ones. Like Matt Cardona did it. Dean Ambrose to John Moxley did it. Like, these guys basically kind of set the stage for us to have an actual independent division that, even though that technically it's not, that will never rival WWE, that people can still have a good business and eventually end up coming back. So do I think Corbin's gone? Yeah. Do I think he's not coming back? Honestly, it's like Dolph Ziggler for me. Dolph Ziggler right now, if I'm WWE, I'm looking at Dolph's work and going, maybe we can get him back. Like, right now, Nick Nemeth has been doing some shit that, like, he's won 3 belts on 3 different continents. So I am not that worried about it. Everyone met, and no one wants to talk about this. The reason Tegan Nox, in my opinion, kept getting hurt for 2 reasons. The WWE style is not for her. When I watched her on the independent circuit, she had 3 things that I loved.
Okay.
She had harder hitting matches that did not require her to do a lot of spots. A lot of her stuff was on the ground. And for some reason, she keeps trying to do a lot of high spots. The second thing she had was she had a lot more reps.
Yeah, I agree with that.
WWE is this thing where, like, they'll give you dark matches, but she can't count. She would, like, work out, have a good run. Because, like, thing is, when she was in NXT, she was never this accident prone.
Yeah.
She was never this accident prone in NXT. The moment she goes up on the roster, she blows out both knees in literally a matter of 6 to 12 months.
Yeah.
Like, with all due respect to the WWE system, they don't give her enough stuff that she can actually get like that body armor she needs to keep from getting hurt. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, on the indie circuit, she wasn't getting this hurt.
Do you feel like it was because they were too much lenient with her and letting her do what she wants to do?
I don't think it was her. I think it was they were like, you have to wrestle this way.
Okay, I get what you mean.
And basically, that style may not have been the best for her because some people have a different set. Like, some people have different training sets, and their body works a little separately. The third thing about her is the fact that, honestly, as much as I love Tegan Nox, she, like I said, putting her with damage control was a mistake. And because honestly, she spent more time in the back. This goes back to not enough reps, in my opinion. There was too much time in the back doing all these vignettes, and it was hard for her to really get into, like, quote unquote, what I think Bubba refers to as wrestling shape. And I'm not talking about ring rust. I'm talking about what they like, the calcification on your bones and stuff to make sure you can handle going 300 to 200 days up, 300 days out the month.
Okay.
So it's like Tegan Nox is like, I think when she, truth be told, she's gonna go home, lick her wounds, get healed up, and when she goes on the independent circuit, I will put money that she probably would not be as injured as she has been, because then she'll be like working a different type of style for her. Indy Hartwell, I was genuinely surprised because they literally just did an entire skit of her in Chelsea Green cosplay.
That was awesome too. Yeah. She pulled it off.
Yeah. So I was a little bit surprised, Indy Hartwell, and I would not be surprised if she asked for that release.
Well, no, it's not a release. It's just that we talk about.
No, I mean, when I say release, the way I meant in the sense of she was like, I don't want. I'm not renewing my contract.
Yeah, because that's literally what's happened. She said her contract was literally coming up, and she said, "I'm not renewing it." That's because honestly, I'm with you, Justin. They didn't do shit with her, and she is fucking phenomenal. She is.
Like in NXT, she was fucking phenomenal. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what happened to the main roster run, but they this is where like the TV style gets a little bit of problem. It's like sometimes some people don't need to be doing vignettes backstage and shit to tell a story. Some people want to tell that in the ring.
Yeah.
Baron Corbin, I agree with you. When he went back to NXT, that serious version you saw of Corbin, that was just a lone wolf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was just his lone wolf persona with no hair. Like, truth be told, that's the same dude he was when he was a lone wolf. He got to be serious, and he got to be a little bit. He was a little bit lighter than the lone wolf was, but it's basically the lone wolf persona with more personality.
It felt like Corbin outside of the wrestling business. That's what it is. Because I've seen like what Corbin's like outside of the business. Like that man literally like he loves himself some freaking like really nice freaking expensive whiskeys. He likes himself to freaking just like throw some meat on the grill and enjoy himself. Like,
and he's
that man
meat.
Yeah, he's an accomplished cook. He's an accomplished cook. Like the segment he does with him cooking,
right?
And him doing the healthy
motorcycles cooking and everything else. That man.
So I think Baron Corbin is going to pretty much go the exact same route that. I mean, I'll be honest. Don't be like if it's me, and I'm Scott D'Amore. He's getting a call for the next MLP event.
Let's go, baby.
Oh, I love that. I love that idea.
Scott D'Amore, if you hear this, book Baron Corbin versus Jake something.
Exactly. Like, honestly, I think he'll do great in Canada. Like I said, I don't know about Mexico. I'm not sure about Japan. I'm gonna take y'all's word for it because I'm not feeling it. But like I said, TNA definitely.
Yes.
Definitely a dude I could do. As much as I hate to say it, he could be a heel in AEW in a sense of right now, and y'all feel free to question my brain cells. He is the only heel. He's the only heel they would have with a personality.
I am so with you. I'm not saying you're wrong about that.
After MJF, and I would say after MJF and Adam Hangman Page. I'm sorry, after MJF Hangman Page.
Okay.
I'll give Moxley some credit, but then again, he's just angrier. He's just angry himself. Yeah. So it's not really. That's not really villain.
That's just being mad at the world, Craig. Why?
Mox has two modes. Mox or Angry Mox. We got Angry Mox right now. So yes, I believe. Rusty, I believe. I'm with you on that one as well. So, but like Baron, I think could go there and be like a heel. I mean, I hate to say it, like because I think he could be champion material, but he could definitely be their mid card, like international championship, continental, or the TBS villain that they need for that side. Because I think Corbin would do a great job there. Because the one thing AEW has been missing is legacy. People, I think you said a little bit about this as well with TNA, institutional knowledge of how to be in a business, like the psychology of stuff that they talked about. The ring savvy, or like honestly, just like, and this is no disrespect to and this is no disrespect to Daniel Bryan, but Daniel Bryan can't be teaching the whole roster by himself.
No,
like, he can't be doing. I mean, he has done a lot for them, but he can't be teaching that roster by himself. And FTR can only do so much themselves. So. Bringing in somebody.
Don't forget Justice's favorite boy. Hi guys. That man.
Yeah, and honestly, and honestly, you're right. Despite his in-ring persona, his backstage persona, and knowledge is definitely great for the back room. But truth be told, I don't feel like he goes out of his way. He waits for them to come to him, and I think that's probably because Jericho ain't that approachable. Not that he's being mean. Not that he's being mean. Yeah, I mean, not that he's being mean or anything. I think it's just like they're like, I don't know if I want to talk to him. So, but like Baron Corbin is one of those guys because he's like a working professional who's actually a working professional versus Jericho, who's like a old legend.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I hate saying it that way. Baron Corbin would be a lot
It's
more.
the damn truth. He's a fucking old legend. What do you
I think Baron Corbin on the roster for AEW would do a lot of for like the younger guys or mid-card guys to really learn from somebody who's actually quote unquote been there.
I think he could push. I honestly feel like Baron Corbin can push Collision.
Yeah. I mean, truth be told, can you picture a Baron Corbin versus Malachi Black?
Bro.
Hell yeah, I do.
I don't know why, but this really intrigues the shit out of me. What if we got Corbin and Konosuke Takeshita?
I wouldn't mind seeing that.
That would, again, that's another great match. And right now, when we get to Dynamite, I got I got some issues about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, so I think all these three will be fine. I think of these three, I think Indy Hartwell is going to be the first one to bounce back a lot quicker.
I mean, Tegan's already booked on an indie show already.
So. Yeah, exactly. I mean, she'll be fine. And truth be told, I don't think she'll be hurt as much as everyone thinks she will be. No. So she thinks she'll be fine. I mean, I'll be honest. I kind of want Indy Hartwell to go to AEW just to slap some bitches around a little bit.
Tony Khan, he's gonna fucking put her in.
Yeah, but like I kind of want to see her versus Sky Blue or Julia Hart. Because I think
I wouldn't mind seeing her and Athena, to be honest.
Team her with Queen Aminata.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind seeing that either.
Truth be honestly, yeah. I mean, truth be told, if I had my way, I would send either ROH and move Athena to AEW. But again, that is not me booking. But that's not to say that they could do it. But it's just I don't know. It's just they're like both of them are underutilized, and right now I think TNA or AEW might be the best place for them to go to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I pray none of them goes to NWA.
They ain't shit out there. I'm sorry.
The what's left of him.
Yeah, which in Billy Corgan's defense, he's trying. He's trying,
but I don't know if it's worth it.
It's not he's trying, but it's like I think he's running out of money. I think
so. I think so too. Some of them shows has dropped considerably.
Yeah.
Although in his defense, like I said, I'm surprised he survived this long after COVID. Because
to be honest, and I apologize not to cut you off, but I'm saying that even during the pandemic, when he had the YouTube going, it was going somewhere. I was like, okay, I kind of like it.
It was going until everybody left.
Yeah.
It just
remember they had LA Knight, they had Ricky Starks.
Yep.
And I forget who they had, and Thunder Rosa.
They had Thunder Rosa.
And all three of them left to go to AEW. LA Knight went to WWE.
And the problem was that he didn't build stars around them to take their place.
Well,
he didn't have nothing.
Problem was he wasn't paying them dick. Because
that too, because remember during that pandemic that people were coming out and exposing, saying, "Well,
I mean, Nick Aldis was the first one to say some shit."
Well, yeah, he didn't get paid. He's like, "Fuck that, I'm out." He's like Corbin and EC3 NWA. I wouldn't mind saying that either.
Why would you do that to Corbin?
Or Murdoch? Maybe team up with him. Oh, maybe so.
Ooh, I don't hate that.
I don't hate that. I actually like that idea.
Trevor Murdoch. I would honestly, truth be told, I've always wanted Trevor Murdoch in TNA.
I think he deserves a chance.
That's cool, actually.
Yeah,
I'm actually with you on that.
Think about it, because I would Trevor Murdoch versus Sami Callihan.
Oh, for the love of God, I'm intrigued.
That would be the ugliest stop and knock in the world. It would literally be a throwback match if nothing else.
Why am I intrigued by that matchup?
Exactly. Even though technically Trevor Murdoch is kind of close to his retirement age or retirement time.
Yeah.
He's been, honestly, he hasn't really lost a step, in my opinion. But right now, him versus Sami Callihan in my head looks like it'd be a whole lot of fun. And I think the promos themselves would be even greater.
But one thing with Murdoch, though, at least when he won the NWE title, he tried to bring that prestige towards it. his character kind of almost being like Hardy Raceway.
Yeah, exactly. That was the best part about him. Was him?
I liked it. I actually did like it.
Remember, the big thing with him was he was the last person Harley trained.
That's true. He was the last one.
That's why when he was doing the Harley race thing, I was like, yeah, Harley would be proud of you.
Oh yeah.
Because I remember when he was doing it, everybody was like, "Oh, he's trying to be Nick Aldis." I'm like, "No,
that's Harley Race,
bro. That is Harley Race."
No, yeah, I'm with you. That was straight. I knew it was all Harley Race when I saw him like coming out as a contender, as a chaser, and then when he changed his style, I'm like, "Yeah, that's Murdoch, fucking straight out." And he fits it. He fucking fits his Harley Race. Like everything what he did, just to end his promos too, was like, okay, yeah, this man is like.
So he's which is why I think he should be in TNA.
You know what? I am with you. I think he'll fit well in TNA because I'm not trying to compare him to Nick Aldis because you know how when Aldis. Well, actually, Nick Aldis didn't become the national treasure until after TNA. So let's say he's able to do kind of similar character that way and represent the Hardy era.
I mean,
and be that heel, like, I'm gonna be respecting professional.
Yeah, I mean, if it's me,
I would like that idea.
I'd come in with the Harley Race persona, with a different, like using Harley Race aesthetics. Like I'm the old guy, you guys are punks.
You know what I'm saying? Tom and Dreamer, you're watching this shit. You're bullshit, all right? This fucking bullshit. You didn't give fuck off, but I still love you. Shout out to Dave McGregor, everybody else, and Busted Open. But yeah, fuck off. But I just want to say that. But
so freelance, and like I said, there's still a bunch of more names that might be on the list as well who are waiting to see. But we'll see when that comes.
Yeah, we'll see when it comes. But there's another thing too that Redeem and I were talking off the air was this right here. Whoa, we got 3 new signings on the program, WWE ID. So we have the 3 announcements: Cappuccino, the cold brew, Cappuccino Jones. We got Bryce Donovan. I spelled it wrong. Sorry, folks. I was typing in. And Zeta Steel from Combat Zone Wrestling. And Redeemer has more of the analogy of where they're coming from. So I want to let him break that down of where they're from, where they came from, and what's the excitement. Rumor your windows, though, folks. Keep in mind, we're not piece of shit Seltzer, not Alvarez. We're not especially that piece of shit, Brian Alvarez.
Yeah, right? My gosh.
Fuck you, Alvarez. I don't give a damn. He watches. Hate me all you want. I will still tell you that I hate you. Sean Ross, Sad Boy Keller, we're down to that. But I'm going to Redeemer, break it down, where they came from, the analogy of it. And we also got an announcement on Sunday for King Buckeyes.
Yes.
Promotion, reality wrestling, another announcement that will be announced who's part of this program. But
don't forget there's a third. Oh no, he's not ID though. But there is a third signing WWE that we forgot to mention.
The third one. Who was the third one?
The fourth one. Fourth one. I'm sorry, with you.
Oh.
Well, it's not ID, but it's signing to WWE from the ID division though.
Is this Samoan?
Lance Anoa'i.
Oh yeah, Lance Anoa'i.
Lance Anoa'i, yeah.
I didn't see him. Okay.
But he did. But the only reason I mentioned him is because he came through the ID portal before it was the ID portal.
Okay.
Because I think he was at Booker's. Oh no, he may have been with Rikishi. Yeah, but
unless they announce him on Sunday, unless he's the guy that he gets announced.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? I mean, let's see. Texas Chapter Nation image here. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Oh, it's a surprise. The third academy.
Yeah.
Part of.
I
get you, Rusty. But go ahead, Redeemer. I mean, break it down for the audiences, everybody, brother.
But yeah, we did like a little bit of looking into these 3 before we came live, and like a couple of them came from Create a Pro, and like shouts to Brian Myers. That freaking school really produces a lot of good people in here. So honestly, like I don't know much about these 3, but I like this WWE ID thing. Like it just feels like it's gonna work very well. Like again, this is the continuation of keeping NXT strong, like their roster big, which is good because now you can continuously build more of the people up that are in NXT right now. By the time they get to the main roster, now you have more people that you could be like, okay, we can get them ready for TV. We can kind of keep them like training in the background for a little bit until they're ready to go TV wise. Like it's just an ever continuous cycle here with this. So this is going to be really, really interesting in how this is going to play out for them with this ID thing. What do you think, Phil?
So I equate this to like the AAA ball league. Right now it's four schools.
Right
now, it is not lost on me that at least 3 of these schools are run by ex-WWE alumni.
Yes.
So, well, actually, technically Seth's is still current, obviously.
Yeah.
But it not surprised me that people technically they're all WWE alumni because I think some of them Legends contract.
Yeah.
So it's like Rikishi, Booker T, Seth Rollins, and I forget what the fourth one is. But I think that actually is just the regular. I think he's a friend of WWE, so it's not lost on me. So at the very least, the good thing, and I will give WWE credit. They're trying to be vertical with it from like basically they control the supply chain of wrestlers. I think the biggest thing that everyone wondered was if you're an independent, how do you get your way into WWE? So these, like I said, these are like you said from Combat Zone Wrestling. Wherever they started, they're going in through there, and if they do well, they go to NXT, and then from NXT, it's then it's on them. So I'm kind of excited. Honestly, I'm more excited for this than their NIL chapter thing, because this for me means there's less of a learning curve for a lot of these guys.
Yes.
And women. I'm sorry, guys and gals. Guys and gals. So, like I think the learning curve will probably be a lot. I think it's a lot shorter, but I think it's also a lot steeper for them because they got to get rid of old habits before they jump WWE. But by the time they get to NXT, they should be in the performance center getting rid of all these habits already. But the habits will start to be broken when they're in the training schools themselves before they get pulled in.
Yeah.
And I think that weirdly enough, this is no offense to the current NXT roster, I honestly think these folks will be a lot smarter than the rest of the generation because they've at least been on the road doing stuff. Not to say the other ones haven't been, because obviously we all know guys like Zara, Julia, Vicaria, and all the rest of them. And even but there are some people who like don't really get it until they do. It takes some time for them to grow. I wonder if like the learning curve for these folks will be a lot easier, but that's probably going to be a little bit steeper because it's like you've been in the business and you've been doing stuff on the indie thing. You should be able to catch on to this a lot faster.
Yes,
that's really a really good thought. To be honest, when you say that,
but the thing is, I don't think the good thing about this is if this was Vince running this entire system, I would say they were fucked.
Oh yeah.
Vince
would just be like, damn,
you got 1 week to learn the system.
You got a big toe. We're gonna start calling you Toe. Name it.
The problem. It's funny because that shit's true.
Zeta.
But the problem is, the thing with these guys, but what I love about these is like Triple H has a good roster with these crew, and I understand. Like I said, I understand why he's like picking guys who are ex-WWE alumni because the schools they have are already WWE sanctioned, by the way.
The schools are Booker T's Reality of Wrestling, Cody Rhodes' Nightmare Factory, Seth Rollins' Black and Brave Academy, Elite Pro Wrestling Training Center, and Knock X Pro Academy.
That's in LA.
And every one of them already knows how to wrestle in WWE. Coaches already know how to wrestle in WWE. So when they pick up these guys, the learning curve is short.
Yes.
All they'll have to learn is just the new system that they have. So
exactly.
I am really excited for all of them. I hope to God Cappuccino Jones changed his name because it sounds like.
Why are you hating on? Man, you don't want no piece of the cold brew. Cappuccino Jones.
His first character on television is going to be a barista.
Yeah. So,
He's gonna come out with the barista like.
so the only one on this list I know. So the only one on this list I know is Cappuccino.
Give me a mocha latte. That's all I want, baby.
No, the only one on this list I know is the only reason I'm picking on Cappuccino because I've seen a couple of his matches on YouTube in passing. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to really do any real deep dives on these cats.
Oh God.
Well, Cappuccino Jones is actually he reminds me a lot of a I can't decide between like a Wesley or a really young Carmelo.
Oh God.
Yeah. I refuse to use that fucking name. I'm sorry, Rusty. I'm sorry, my man. I can't. No.
Right.
I'm not even saying the name because I already know.
That is a monument to bad choices.
But I think he's being more character-wise. I'm not thinking. I don't. The character on television, not personality. I get you what you're saying, Pepsi. I get it.
And honestly, I have no idea who the fuck Zeta is. And the fact that she's in Combat Zone Wrestling, I will be looking her up.
Wait. Redeemer didn't tell you that?
No, Creator Pro.
Okay. Creator Pro. Okay.
Yeah, from Creator Pro.
What? One more thing. We can tell her, Redeemer. Where was she competing at?
Oh, she did compete on AEW at one point.
But also, where in Japan?
Oh, that's right. She's in Marigold right now.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So she again.
Mm-hmm.
Short learning curve. She looks young too. That's the thing. So.
She's only 21 right now.
21.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
You know how I want to see this fucking list? Viva fucking Band, damn it. Give me Viva Band and this shit.
Let's go.
So here's the problem, and I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna sound harsh.
If Viva listens to this, you better fucking forgive.
Viva,
forgive us. Forgive him.
Honestly, Viva does not need to be in the WWE ID system.
No.
She needs to be in fucking NXT day one.
Yeah.
She needs to be in fucking NXT. Because God Almighty, her 2 appearances on AEW, actually more than 2, but 2 that I can remember offhand. And not to mention some of the matches she's had in Singapore, the matches she's had in Japan, the one she had at Capital Collision with in New Japan Pro Wrestling, and what she did for New Japan Strong. Yeah, she don't need ID. She need NXT. That's what they need to fucking do.
Yes.
So, I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but honestly, she would literally blow through all the training in like 5 minutes.
Oh, I know that. I'm just saying, like, for her to be the top, then right away. Okay, yeah. Boom. I know that.
Yeah, but honestly, I'm waiting for her to get picked up by NXT. Because truth be told,
I'm waiting for Michael Hickenbottom to. Hey, I looked at you from the top to here, from the bottom over here. I'm like, mainly the bottom. But,
all right. All right. You know what I need to talk about right now?
Oh, I know.
Yes,
but, ladies and gentlemen, I have to play it, even though you heard it yesterday. But it's a new intro, and I have to play it so we could get into it. Let's go, baby.
I hope you can still go. I never answer to no, man. I still go. Go, 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 go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Go, still go. I never ran, so no, still go.
Oh, I love that.
God, that intro just hits different now.
God damn, you played the whole song, didn't you?
Damn. It's a new intro, and it's his show, so I'm gonna let him take over this.
Oh my God!
Well, he's always you take it away. Let the people know. Now it is an ass.
Oh my
baby.
Lord!
That's right. It is. It was fucking. Yeah.
NXT.
Yes.
Miss Parker.
Yeah, there it is. NXT hailing from Philly, the 2300 arena, the old ECW arena.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I had to.
my God.
Oh,
There we go.
There you go.
Yes. This is for Notorious, wherever the hell he's at.
Wherever he's watching or listening. Oh, my God.
You feel it.
I feel it. You got to say it for him. You got to say it.
Oh, I have to. This one is for Notorious. Let's fucking go. Yes. Oh my God. I personally loved this show. I love this. It felt so nostalgic, but it felt very current at the same time. Like it was such a blast to see this. Like I honestly, like when they showed right off the bat what it looked like in there, I go, you know what? I kind of want this to be their permanent home now. It just looked so like it fit there. And I don't know what it was. There was just something about the look and the feel of the entire thing where it just goes, man, it almost feels like Full Sail a little bit. But I'm looking at it and I'm going, there's just something that just makes it feel current that fits with NXT. And I have no idea why it felt that way. But man, I loved this. You start the show off. People said hardcore first match was great. Yes. It wasn't. You could say it's underwhelming. Like, I'm not going to judge you if you think it was underwhelming. I think it was a fun way to start the show. We had Miss Parker, Jada Parker, Lola Vice.
You said it. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yes.
Excuse me, brother. Miss Parker.
There it is. Let's go. With Dawn Marie as special guest referee. Like
Dawn Marie.
Oh my Lord.
God.
Respectfully, indubitably.
Hold on. Get down. The number 15. Number 15. Yeah, there you go.
Like I said, I love that this started the show. It was insane. Like first off, where in the fuck did Miss Parker manifest that brick?
I was gonna bring that shit up too. I don't know.
I need to ask that question.
How did Lola Vice not die? Is my question.
Why was that not the finish of the match? Is my question too.
I was going to ask you that too because when I saw it I saw it last night and I'm like, where the fuck that shit came from? Because I didn't see nothing of that shit.
That brick did feel real random, didn't it?
Right. But it felt like right there, that should have been the end of the match. She literally just was in a sleeper hold to the point where she just pulls a brick out of nowhere and just breaks it over Lola's face. And I'm like, that's it, right? That's got to be it. Like, if that's your finish, I'm with it. And then she kicks out of the freaking brick. And I'm like, wait a second. Wait, really? Just so she could hit her finisher. Right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It felt so weird watching her kick out of the brick. Like, it was just so insane. But other than that, I just thought it was a fun freaking way to kick off the show. I really did. Like, I love how far Jada's come along so far. And honestly, I still think Lola's done a great job being how she's transitioned from MMA to wrestling.
Agreed.
She's great. Yeah. We had more teases for the 10-woman tag match during the show. Like, I just love it. RVD was on the show.
Not just RVD.
Oh man. I'm gonna say this. When we had Kalani backstage with him, and I was like, okay, this is a cool interaction because everyone says that Kalani's kind of like RVD.
Well, she did mention in an interview, and I apologize in her interview, she did say that her idol is RVD.
See, she basically is, her whole style is basically RVD at this point. So like, I love it that she does that. Wes attacking RVD, leading into Wesley versus Javon Evans. Man, I wanted RVD versus Javon Evans. Damn it!
I think that's why they did it, because everybody wanted RVD. It was like, when in doubt, just hit him with a chair so the match can go on.
the worst part was you had the whole thing with RVD the week before, just so he could go, oh, I know what I'm doing on the show next week. And then you basically said, yeah, you're not doing a fucking thing on the show, RVD, next week. That's it. Like, see, your boy Bouncy. That's what I'm talking about. He's bouncy. I fucking love this match too. A lot of people were like, yeah, it's kind of sloppy. It's kind of sloppy. But you know what? Right now, this is telling you right now, like, I will not say that Javon needs to be rushed to the main roster. Nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason why he's in NXT. It's not easy to say that in the same sentence. In
NXT.
Yeah, in NXT right now, because he's still young. The guy doesn't need to be freaking rushed any whatsoever. Like, he's gonna freaking get his licks in NXT, and he's gonna get better. Just give him more time in there. But overall, I still thought this match was great. I really did. Even with the little bit of slip ups and the botches here and there, they flowed pretty damn well together, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't hate this matchup as a whole. I just was like, again, you can see that Javon needs to, tighten it up a little bit and keep it going.
He needs to slow down.
Yes.
Yeah, he can't be that. I'm not, and I apologize to compare him to Darby Allin, but don't be,
right.
Rusty's saying he's not. Yeah, I'm with you saying. So.
Yeah. See, look at that. 19. See, tell me, he needs his time. Just give him his time.
It's the reason why I loved his match with Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. Randy made him slow down.
Yes.
Slow down, kid.
even with the little the slip up at the end, again, you know what they were going for, and it's like even Randy was just like at the end after Randy beat him, he literally goes, "Listen, it's fine. Those kind of things happen." Like, he literally basically tried to because again, Javon loves Randy Orton.
Mm-hmm.
And he felt disappointed because he didn't get to do the big spot with Randy. And Randy's just like, listen, you're still the fucking man, dude. You just literally did what you did in this match. And I'm like, that's why I love Randy Orton. Man basically put him over, which is amazing. And then we had what was probably one of the crazier friggin' segments here. Ava announcing the Deadline show for December.
Mm-hmm.
For Mr. Stone to talk shit and then absolutely get gored in half by Rhino. Fucking A, dude.
Hall of Famer, baby, in TNA.
Let's go.
Coming
Rhino
soon,
stay
Hall
winning.
of Famer in WWE.
Rhino stay winning at this point. This man literally goes, I'm a Hall of Famer in TNA. I'm gonna show up on this NXT show and break somebody with a gore. What else can he ask for at that point?
I can't ask for shit.
It was great.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I love a good Rhino appearance and a gore. No, there's nothing wrong with a gore.
Hell no.
The tag team match with Trick and Bubba versus Ethan Page and Ridge Holland. I don't know. It felt off. The match was off big time. I will say that. I wasn't in the end. I don't really think it was worth Bubba having another match, honestly.
Okay.
Because it didn't feel like it gave us anything. The only thing we got was Ridge pinning Trick Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Can I give you an assessment as probably why that was?
Go for it.
Because there's a difference between the way they wrestle as Bubba wrestles and how Bully wrestles.
Oh, I know exactly where you're going, but
yeah, I get it too. Yes, I know.
Like I said, he was wrestling like a Dudley boy in ECW, and unfortunately, that's a little different than Bully Ray, which we've been really, really used to. Because let's face it, we saw him in Maple Leaf Pro as Bully Ray,
right,
which was a lot better than this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not because it wasn't the same dude; it was because he was wrestling Bubba. And I noticed that I was like, okay.
Right.
It just, like I said, I mean, honestly, there's a part of me that had a little bit of beef with them referencing ECW so much.
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of with Dom a little bit. Like WWE, it's nice that they're referencing it, but let's face it, WWE ruined ECW.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're making their money off of ECW does hurt my feelings a little bit.
Yeah.
Exactly. The tie-dye at least would have been more amusing and would have been closer to ECW because all they did was Bubba.
Right.
They did Bubba Ray in WWE when he was a Dudley boy, not when he was like, you know, the son of Big Dick Dudley. So
yes.
But
yeah.
But it wasn't. It was definitely off, but it wasn't a bad match though.
Yeah, no.
It was
passable.
It wasn't like I'll say that's probably the weakest match of the night.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the next match really wasn't like anything to wow about. Tony D'Angelo defending the North American title against Nunzio. First off, the family and Nunzio signed me the fuck up for them together like that. But boy, oh boy, other than Nunzio doing his little prayer before he got spine busted, it was kind of just basically a squash match.
Truth be told, the only problem I had with that was a perfect time to introduce either a new member of the family or a new person for Tony D'Angelo to fight.
Nah, but it was good to see Tom Mama Luke, man. I haven't seen that man forever. He's like a politician.
But my thing was like Nunzio didn't need to wrestle. You could use that to introduce new talent.
Yeah, it's just that right now, since I mean, and I apologize for interrupting what you're saying, but I would like both of you guys. I feel that because of fucking CW, since this is a brand new network, you can tell they're so fucking rushed. I guarantee you this shit wasn't a PLE pay-per-view. Yes, I'm not saying fucking. I gotta stop saying that shit. Yes. If it would have been longer. That's just me saying that. But I may be wrong, but
Nunzio also about 50, and I don't think he was in that great a shape.
Fuck, he's done it before. He wrestled on TNA or like at that time, and the big difference.
How old
is wrestling in MLW lately too?
There you go. Like it makes no difference. Remember, Phil, age is only a number.
That is true.
Yeah, no, okay, all right. I could have swore he was pushing 55 at this point.
I can find out if you want me to. Let me see. But go ahead.
Okay. After that, we had the interaction between father and son with Regal and Charlie Dempsey. Kind of loved that a little bit. I love that we had those two interact with each other. And then the 10-woman tag match. Like, what a main event that was. My only little thing I have to ask is, what was the point of the Delta Spear on Jordan Grace?
I'm ready for last. I'm gonna let after when you finish, you're gonna pass it to Redeemer, and I mean to Phil, and then I'll go last.
I'll say this: if we're gonna get a rematch between those two women, I'm for it. But if that's basically gonna happen when Jordan gets to NXT, like fully. Mm-hmm. I don't know why you would tease it now. Then
I'm thinking that's I think that's the next NXT deadline match.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
I'm not gonna lie. First off,
my turn. I'm gonna stay quiet.
The fact that I'm just thinking about the deadline match now and how stacked that women's division is, that deadline match might legitimately be the best deadline match that they have right here.
Keep in mind that Jordan Grace and Delta or Zara in this case have
the future. What's going on?
They have already wrestled before, so it wouldn't be out of pocket. And let's face it, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think she honestly, truth be told, I don't think she's on her way to NXT anytime soon, although people seem to disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think she fit in quite nicely with him. But yeah, I think they're setting up. So here's
he's talking about Kalani, not Jordan.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's true.
I don't even think she was out of place, really.
No,
again, you're mixing the women's championship and the North American championship in the same kind of like scene together.
Yeah.
So not really out of place.
Here's the thing. The reason I love Kalani. First of all, shout out to 3 years Michigan State and her Spanish training.
Yes.
Shout out to that. That was hilarious. But the reason I love it is because here's the thing. As much as I love it, she has to go for at this point. Delta going for anything other than North American Championship and losing is ridiculous. And having her get that belt right now might be a little premature, not because I don't think she can handle it, but because I think booking wise, it's a little too early for her, and because she's still growing. But her again, if you really, really want to build somebody up, and I hate to say it because it's at the expense of Jordan, you have her take out Jordan Grace right now, who is a fan favorite, either here or in TNA. It'll probably be here, truth be told, because Delta. I actually think that right there gives you the push she needs to honestly go after whoever the fuck she wants. It'll be the North American. It'll be the North American title, obviously, because honestly, at this point, she could probably kill all of Toxic Attraction by herself.
I love her calling her Toxic Attraction.
So, but having her fight Jordan Grace would be fun, and like I said, that it would be nasty.
No, you know what's nasty was the main event that he's talking about. But continue, redeeming my apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love this 10-woman tag match. I think it's. I understand. I get what Phil's going. Like, if she's not winning the North American Championship like immediately, then what the fuck are we doing here?
Yep.
But like, I almost wonder, like, if you had Zarya show up on the pay-per-view and show up and just basically not only confront the women's champion, but also the North American women's champion, like, what was the point of her teasing the women's title if she was just going to go for the North American title? That's my one question.
I think that was just a calling everybody out kind of situation.
Yeah.
It was more doing this, pretty much. It was
Matt Hardy's face in that fucking clip.
Jeff Hardy's face, and he's like, but yeah.
It was, again, the women's division in NXT is unreal. It is easily the best women's division today.
Yes, it is.
And just, again, overall, this show was a killer. I loved it.
Killer, man. Killer.
I felt like I spent more time basically paying attention to that than I did Dynamite. That's why I had to rewatch Dynamite today. Female Oba. All right.
Rusty, I love that. That's just
wow.
Awesome. That's a good fucking comparison.
Shouts to Oba Femi, though. It's fucking fantastic.
All right. Turning it off. The floor's yours.
NXT was great. I enjoyed it. The segments.
No, you're great, damn it. You're great.
The segments fell a little bit flat with me. Not all of them hit with me. The five women one where they kind of confront a Lash legend, Jakara. That was great. Rob Van Dam, I kind of like hanging out with Kalani was actually very cute. I'm trying to think. For the most part, everything else was pretty good. The Nunzio thing, I didn't really enjoy that too much. Only because I've never been a fan of Nunzio's wrestling, other than
what the fuck?
Other than appreciate Nunzio for what he does, I've never connected.
You never liked ECW, did you?
I love ECW. I just never connected with him.
What the fuck? What was wrong with Nunzio and fucking Tommy Luke?
What part of I just couldn't figure it out and I never connected with him did you miss?
I don't give a damn, Pepsi. I'm still gonna tell you that shit.
I don't know what to tell you, man. No, it's not that I don't like. Here's the thing, though. It's not that I don't think Nunzio's a good wrestler. He's a good wrestler. I enjoy his wrestling. It's just for some reason his character work didn't do anything for me.
Is it because of fucking McNugget killed the character?
And when he went to WWE, it was terrible on that side too. So yeah, I do agree on that level. But I guess it just didn't really work for me. But what I do enjoy, and honestly, part of it is that I hate the Italian mob boss Goomba thing. I've always hated that stereotype because it feels real derivative at this point. And honestly, it feels way too cliche for me.
Okay, I'll wait for my turn, but go ahead.
So that's the only segment I want. Like I know, because like honestly, The idea of you're an Italian wrestler make you a mob boss, put you in a velvet suit. Jesus Christ, can we book them a little bit different?
Oh my God. Forget about it.
I forget. That's why I love this man.
So that's the only complaint I have really about it. Especially since it's not like none of these cats can't wrestle.
No, I know. Right? I'm gonna have to do it. I'm sorry, but indubitably, that's number 16.
There you go.
So yeah. So after that, though, the rest of the segments were really strong. I thought NXT was a good night. I think I told you guys before the show started. I thought, even though wrestling on both shows were great, I thought AEW was a bit more interesting to me, and not in the wrestling part, but in the backstage segments and the promo stuff that they were doing for building up the show.
Okay.
So that's the only real thing. That's the only real thing about them. Like I think Justin, you already said everything that I would have said for all the matches. Although I enjoyed and didn't think it was cheesier the extreme match. I mean, it wasn't an ECW. Yeah. No, Ever, no.
Matt Talker Skywalker.
There you go.
But I will say, for me, it wasn't an extreme hardcore match, but it was a good extreme match. It was just a WWE extreme match. So I wouldn't say it was it. Trying to invoke the name of ECW during that match was kind of an insult to me. Especially since nobody ended up bleeding during that match, because that was bullshit.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
that's all I got.
Okay, all right. Before I even go, let me tell you. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. All right, hold the fuck up.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
There you go. Hold the fuck up. All right, then. Hold up, then. I can't believe this shit.
I cannot believe this shit.
Hold on. Now, just to clarify, folks, here we're just opinionators. We're analysts, but we don't give really too much shit about but I'm going to say it anyways. All right. I've been holding myself because here are the results, all right, ladies and gentlemen, of who won the Wednesday War. So let's start with NXT. It had 619,000 viewers.
Okay.
They went up +5 from the last 4 weeks of where they were at, +2 more in the demographics on the 1849. So they were at least on that time top 7 over the Warriors and Celtics.
Wow.
Yes. Dynamite.
Oh no.
523,000.
Oh my Lord! I did not expect it to be that low.
They were -17 on the last 4 weeks, and they were in between the middle. The Celtics and Warriors games were in the middle, but NXT was more over, and AEW was below. So that means that NXT won.
Bro.
There you go. Which we don't give a shit about that. We've already been saying that we don't give a shit about that. But I'm just clarifying that.
Yes.
But
that's for all you out there that do. We just tickled your fancy for this.
Yeah.
So
we just wanted to tell you guys that, folks.
Because I was about to ask for the clip that we don't care clip.
Exactly.
And I'll hit it for you.
I don't care.
All right, here you go, brothers.
I don't care.
No, because we don't. Because
you know what else you could do if you bring around your tribalism? You can hit that rock clip too a little bit.
Okay, you got
Bring that tribalism around here. Guess what you can do?
Yeah, hitting the face.
Off is a direction you can fuck.
So happy that's on this channel now.
Hey, you wanted it. There you go. Let's see. NXT may have taken a small bullshit for a week. It doesn't make a difference, Rusty. Honestly,
no.
It does. It really doesn't. It honestly doesn't. For me, it's just, it's just the fact that these like how Redeemer and Phil says this tribe we don't represent tribalism. We are professional wrestling analysts. We criticize everything, not just fucking like piece of shit Meltzer. Oh my god, that motherfucker! I swear, oh my god, I was pissed when I heard him today. He's like, "Oh, NXT kind of bores me out, like with the whole Jada Parker situation, and it's kind of like the similar to who he compared it to the matchup to the collaboration in Jericho." Oh. And then he's like, but AEW was awesome. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry.
You know what his problem is, honestly?
He gets paid by Tony Khan, Phil.
Well, that's not honestly
the table.
Even before Tony Khan, he was doing New Japan Pro Wrestling over WWE. The point of the matter is he has this annoying habit that's always bothered me, where he never judges a wrestling program on its own merits.
He doesn't.
Like,
Even New Japan. Well, he barely started doing it with New Japan. He barely was like, it's not the same. It's not the same. Everything else, no. Like it's the same way he does for CML and AAA. He criticized AAA a lot more than CMML because he loves CML. And keep in mind, Conan runs fucking AAA right now. And he was on Conan's show. And for Conan, Conan doesn't give a shit. Conan doesn't want no drama because he knows that if he gives shit to Seltzer, he's not going to hear the end of it for fucking Seltzer.
Well, I mean, Seltzer has this thing where he likes comparing companies with each other. And like he has a type of wrestling, I will freely admit, he has a type of wrestling he prefers and likes.
Well, he needs to get the fuck away from that fucking tribalism because
that's the thing too. Like he does because he has that thing. His tribalism keeps coming out, and like I said, it works well for him because, like I said, I don't know. And I'm saying,
thank you. Sorry,
I can't say for fear of litigation that he actually is getting paid by Tony. But the truth of the matter is his leaning towards AEW pretty much shows that he honestly has a type of wrestling, and no matter once he's in there, no one else is going to win. Because here's the thing that gets me: he does not talk about TNA, so I can't. He doesn't talk about MLW barely. If he does, he'll talk about New Japan only because he's done that in the past. And before AEW showed up, WWE pretty much written him off the planet, so the only place he'd go was Asia. So as far as I'm concerned, he can't count as a sportscaster or sports writer because he just does not have an objective opinion about wrestling.
There we go.
Oh my!
I mean, I'm not going to say he's the Stephen A. Smith, truth be told,
because even he is.
Here's the thing, though. Stephen A. Smith can be objective, though. He can be objective. We may not like it, but he can be objective. Dave Meltzer in his entire life pro wrestling has never been objective.
No, he's been for more tribalism. That's what he is to me, and I'm with you on that. I'm not saying you're wrong about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I can't give it to Stephen A. Smith because Stephen A. Smith, for all his stuff, because honestly, for me, Dave Meltzer's closer to Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless, thank you.
There we go.
No. Oh, yes, I agree with that. But they're like the same, I could say, in a way. Tribalism, Skip Bayless status, and the other status was Stephen A. Smith.
Because according to Skip Bayless, I can't nobody ever beat the Cowboys, and we know that shit. We know that shit. Because even Zeke will say we fucking.
Oh yeah, or what was the school? Vanderbilt, whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah. So, but like I said, that's why I really don't pay attention to Meltzer, especially when it comes to his commentary. Because honestly, 9 times out of 10, it'll always be a problem. Because here's the thing, though. Every wrestler becomes crap. Every wrestler who sucked at WWE, all of a sudden, is not crap, even though they're wrestling exactly the same when they go to AEW.
Thank you. So, Dave Meltzer.
Go fuck yourself.
So I wanted to say.
Well, that sums it up.
All right. So yeah, before we go to Dynamite, I just want to get this out of the way very quick. You guys know everything what I didn't have to. The only thing I would add on these, like, I hear you, Phil, before we go to Dynamite about the promo-wise type of style was different. However, though, there were certain things here in this NXT that it's leading to deadline. One, that people, I don't know if you guys caught it, was when, of course, Nunzio challenged Tony D'Angelo, right? But prior to that, who was there to be like, hey, so that means we got our contender who will go after the North American title. And that is Sean fucking Spears.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
I'm with it. I like, but hear me out. I feel, and I know I'm crazy to compare this, but I feel the Sean Spears gimmick kind of reminds me. What's that movie? The one with the personalities? What was it called? Is it a 5 or 6? The one with what the fuck his name is? Fuck, I forgot the name of that fucking movie. But it's the one that it's like it has like 5 different scenarios, or not that one. It's I forgot his name. The actor, he plays someone, but he has like 5 different personalities, and I forgot the name of the fucking movie.
What, Split?
Is it Split? I think it is. I think. Hold on.
I think it is.
M. Night Shyamalan?
No. Yeah.
Yes.
I feel that feud between the family and Sean Spears' faction is gonna be that direction heading into Deadline. I feel that with his new faction he's gonna be having, going after the family, it's gonna head to that direction. The Split, because
I mean, maybe I don't know, maybe
it's something, I don't know why, it just gives me that, like, just that image of seeing that. But I don't mind Sean Spears going. I think it's a great decision for Sean Spears to go after that belt. And it's really going to give a story to Tony D'Angelo. And I think the whole segments when they're heading to Deadline is going to be fantastic. I think it's going to be something that I am excited to see.
Yeah.
I am excited to see that.
I mean, honestly, I'm with you. Sean Spears versus Tony D'Angelo, that's a lot of fun. That's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I think those 3 weeks, 3 weeks, I'm sorry, my apologies, that we're going to get, I feel that we're going to get a lot of great segments within those time frame. Even on social media, that is really going to be like,
I mean, I'm going to need Shawn Michaels to keep Don Marie on as a referee, but that's another story.
I know.
That outfit was unnecessarily ridiculous.
Indubitably.
Well, hold on. Number 16, no, 17. Oh my god! There you go.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. I hadn't thought about Dawn Marie in a very long time. As soon as I saw it, oh, that's the Dawn Marie I remember.
When she showed up, I go, "Oh my god, she looks incredible!" And then also, freaking Francine shows up on the show, and I go, "Oh my god, she looks incredible!" Like, just kill me now, NXT. Why don't you?
So I think that's also the only beef I had with the show. I enjoyed the nostalgia, but there were some parts where it was just like, God damn.
GETCHO's like,
God damn, GETCHO, that's just mean,
bro.
No, he got a
bro.
Point, it's not mean. He has a point.
I mean, I can't argue too much about it.
Why am I gonna argue with that? There's no debate on that shit. What the fuck? It's Skip Bayless, just like Jim Cornette when he was in the Cowboys.
Like, damn, man.
Goddamn! Wow! Like, let's see. I am watching that right now, and y'all appreciate you, Rusty.
Yes.
We'll get to Dynamite once you hear our
There
you go. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Michael Keaton? You couldn't remember Michael Keaton?
Michael Keaton.
He was Batman.
That could be another one too. There. I mean,
no.
Tyler Perry.
So,
let's
all
see.
right.
Split James. There you go. Thank
there
you.
you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I gotta say,
got my tables up.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
okay.
So go ahead, finish it. Yeah.
Yeah. No. We got to Dynamite. Then we'll close it out. So that's one thing that really got me. I'm excited. Everything was great, but you guys, come on, man. We forgot. I mean, come on, man. Geez, can we give a shout out to Nalga Mania running wild until the
Miss Parker.
just seeing that. Dang. I mean, oh my God! I mean,
NXT just does nothing but just try to put people in the hospital because it's just like, here's a woman's segment, and here's a woman's match, and then here's another woman's segment, and here's another woman's match.
That is the thing we really need to talk about in the debate center is not who has the best women's division, but more correctly, who books their women's division better.
Michael Higginbottom.
Higginbottom. Yeah. Because honestly, at one point it was TNA and then NXT overtook them. But truth be told, I am glad it's NXT. But my question now is, why can't they do the same thing on the main roster?
I'm gonna tell you what. Well, I feel this is what I feel. This is my opinion. Who does Michael Higginbottom has who were former TNA who were there building that women's divisions? Two guys I can name right there. I can name one was. Of course. Oh, he's the monster. He is the abyss. That's one. Number two is like the producer who also works for the main roster production style. Maybe not for the women, for the production style. And that is Jeremy Borash.
Shouts to JB.
Are they NXT guys or TNA guys? I mean NXT.
NXT, yes.
Or NXT. Okay.
They're both. They're mainly both, but they could tell they work more with NXT than TNA. I mean, than the main roster.
I think Abyss still does mostly main roster, doesn't he?
He does for SmackDown, but he gives his 2 cents for NXT.
Okay.
Borash does the production for WWE. But Borash does mainly like booking with Michael Higginbottom NXT.
So
it's kind of the opposite.
See, I was going to shout it out to the guys at the Performance Center because the thing about that is, goddamn it, because like if you look at that Matt Bloom, who honestly I don't think gets to know, like
he's on his way out. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but he's on his way out. I think he's like, you know what, I did what I can. I honestly feel like Matt Bloom is not much involved in production style. He's more in.
No, he's not. No, he's not doing production stuff. He's doing training in the back, which is what he's great at.
Yeah,
that's not a thing. Like I said, I don't think. Like I said, Matt Bloom's been running the Performance Center probably since Shawn Michaels' entire tenure, even before the tenure, honestly.
Well, no, before because Triple H was the one in charge. He put him in charge.
Okay, yeah, but that's my point, though. The thing is, he's been doing it, and he knows exactly the talent roster and how to make them better. And it's not just him; it's him, Terry Taylor. Terry Taylor's a little old school, but he knows how to work people. Although
Norman Smiley, you got Ringo back too.
Exactly.
You got what's her name? The women's one. What's her name? Shit. Fuck, I forgot her name.
Oh, the one that's training in the background.
Yeah, I forgot her name.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. She's retired. Yeah, she's retired. Yeah. But the thing, what I'm getting at is that 20 years ago, they didn't have divisions. They didn't have guys to train the women. They had Fit Finley. No offense to Fit, who's also amazing.
No, they did had. They had. No, hold on. I'll tell you who was that. Mm-hmm. They had Bruce Richards' brother.
But here's the problem though. They were training them to be divas.
I get that, but
the PC, however, are trained to be wrestlers. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, agreed, but we can compare that. It's
different. That's exactly why we compare that because that Triple H creating a division of trainers who train the women like they're supposed to be training wrestlers is why now we have.
Oh, that's right. Ken Miller is there too. I forgot about him. There.
Norman Smiley is the one.
Yeah. But that's my thing. Though. Now they have a women's division that literally can't be touched by anybody.
Mm-hmm.
No, because I feel that I already felt Sarah Amato and everybody else, and I still got to give credit to Natalia that put her input as well.
Yeah,
that's another woman right there. She's gonna after Sarah Amato's retired, she's gonna be the next one in line, take over.
Yeah,
that woman is already doing it already with her husband on their own training academy.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Papa H.
I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing like when they got to the point where they started really training the women to be actual wrestlers and not be divas and not be women who are throwing stuff around or being in bra and panty matches. but legitimately wrestling like they're doing strong style stuff or going over the top. And that was Triple H and NXT going, fuck it. Yeah, Fit Finley was.
That's right. He was the beginning. Yep,
he was the only one training because remember he used to get slapped by Vince for making them train. Like the reason we got Lita and Trish was because of Fit Finley.
Shouts to you, Finley.
Exactly.
He was the one that got them the main event on Raw, and they got over on everything. But no, you're right. No, you're right. I'm saying that, but but the one thing too is that during that time with the whole women development and everything, the equality finally came into place and was really known not just nationally but internationally. It gave a look to even the network's eyes, like, okay, what the hell we're doing here? It's not about sex and rock and roll. Like we're in that era that we're already progressing to a different culture.
And remember, Triple H. Remember, because of Triple H, we got the Mae Young Classic.
Agreed.
We had, like, think about it, the main roster in the entire tenure of WWE has never done a women's tournament for a championship.
No, but we could thank TNA for beginning all of that.
No, don't get me wrong. Like at one point, TNA was the premier women's division.
Ah, look at that.
That is true.
He was. To the four horsemen.
All the three women's, Rusty, they all said in their interview, they love Fit because if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be where they're at.
That's awesome.
But like you said, TNA set the standard that they could actually trust and go by. I mean, if you want to get really petty, remember, what was her name? She was she was Awesome Kong's rival, Asian woman, professional wrestler. She married a chef.
Gail Kim.
Gail
Kim couldn't do WWE because Vince didn't want to use her. He didn't want her to wrestle. He wanted her to be doing bra and panty matches, like whatever you can come make her the next Trish.
And all she wanted to do was wrestle.
And she wanted to wrestle, which is why she ended up at TNA, which is why, like you said, TNA built up a strong women's division to which WWE Triple H was like, I want me a women's division. The next we got NXT Black and Gold with some of the most terrible, violent women matches we have ever seen.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like, the foundation was really started from there. Yeah, so I'm not.
I hear you. But it's just fascinating to me that it was literally, if you think about it, it took them 20 years to get to this point.
We know why, though.
No, easy. Oh no, easy. That was the point, though.
Oh yeah.
Let's face it, probably
all the good old days. I know.
Yeah. But here's the thing that's hilarious. It would have been sooner if Vince wasn't an asshole.
That's the problem. You see, like how we just is saying again. Also, she did too. I'm not saying she did it.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, she did as well. Congratulations to her. But she's her and they're having a baby boy. Congratulations.
Yeah. So I mean, interesting.
That is true. I forgot about that too.
So but that's the thing though. Like I remember at one point, that's why I enjoy the fact that now NXT is actually and I think Justin said the premier women's wrestling match. Like if you want to, like they don't have their own division, but goddamn, in 2 weeks, this is out of 2 out of 3 weeks, they had more women's matches than literally all three brands. And I'm talking WWE, SmackDown, Raw, AEW. More women's matches, time wise, than anyone else. I can't do anything about that.
I would not even.
But and 2 weeks in a row, and this week the main event was a 10-woman tag match.
I mean, you got to think about it, Phil. Like you signed two of the hottest women in the industry right now. That you have, like people fight on. Like I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's a lot of money that you.
But I know, I hear you. I hear you.
Good blessing for using them.
I hear you, but we're in this era that is any gender, doesn't matter what it is. That what is the hottest commodity to get it to that platform? You got to think about marketing level, but at the same time, also you got to think about they got to think about the future for the next 20 years of what the fuck we're gonna go with this sport.
But that's what you said. Like that's why you build a women's division because you can't just make it all men.
No, agreed. Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that's why I am not mad at this. This NXT for the last couple of weeks has been stupendous. It's been great. Like, it's literally now finally, for so much time, we've been wanting for this brand to be its own brand, not just a developmental. And we're seeing it now here. And this is where I wish for Ring of Honor the same shit. Once they get their own platform, I want them to have their own shit. Like, who gives a fuck if they beat the ratings of the main roster or anything else? The same likewise, Ring of Honor beat. I don't care. What matters is women and gentlemen are getting exposed on professional wrestling. That's what matters. Is they're getting exposure on national, international television. That's what matters to me. Is they're getting that time, and they're gonna get their Double or Nothing, their Mania, their Wrestle Kingdom. They will get it. Doesn't matter what gender. That is the goal for all the talent. For those start from there to get there. That's revive where we used to be back in the days, fucking passing passing DVDs or VCR, tapes from Ring of Honor to everything else to what it is. The point is, bring that back because that's what is missing, and that's what us audiences and everything that we're missing to go to independent shows, to show support, to go over there. Yes, we do got a 9 to 5. We do, yes, it's hard for us to go, but once in a lifetime, once in a while, show support. Buy a t-shirt, buy a sticker, buy anything, because all those people, they fight for you to make them to be in that top of the level. That's what I want to see. They deserve to have all of them. All of them. Doesn't matter if I'm here in Southern California. Doesn't matter where in New York. Doesn't matter where in Chicago. Doesn't matter where in Canada. God bless them all. They deserve to have the opportunity.
Yes.
They deserve all of it, that opportunity. But anyways, I know we derailed it. We apologize, folks. It's just that Phil got me heated with that. But I'm not going to add too much. We moved on my, so then we close it out. My thing is this here is I paid attention to that with that Sean Spears. I think we're going to see that. Jada Parker, Jesus, man. Where the fuck that brick come from? Your culo or what? Like, it came out of your ass? Like, the fuck happened there? Because I didn't see that at all. The camera didn't even point at that. But the camera pointed at something like, man, she broke that ladder with her. Not a guy's bam. Like, oh, bam.
Yeah, I was going to bring that. I was going to bring that player, but I decided against it.
Yeah, but, Lola Vice took that like nothing. But, you know what? Shout out to Lola Vice, man. I mean, they did a fantastic job. And fuck you, Stelter, for saying it's like, oh, yeah, kind of fuck off. They're both building each other really aggressive, ruthless women that I want to see. That's awesome. And Wesley and of course said, Javon Evans enjoyed it. Bully Ray, we knew that was going to happen that way. Something like, what I want to say very quick. It was great, but seeing Devon, awesome, loved it.
Yes.
Man, testify, baby, testify. But yeah, I think I have a feeling. I got a feeling it might go a triple threat match for Deadline between Ethan Page, Rich Holland, and Trick Williams. It might go to that. Probably. Yeah.
Unlikely.
It might I can see it. But we got Deadline because they're doing that and they're bringing that back again. So we don't know how they're going to build the men's one. The women's one, I can tell you that I have a feeling is that I got a feeling people are already saying, oh, Syra pinned the champ. Right. But she speared Jordan Grace. This is going to be the start. Something tells me first of all, I want you, before I even get to that, correct you guys, please remind me, how many of that 25-minute Deadline are how many participants? Is it 5, 6, or 7? I forgot.
It is basically like every 5 minutes another competitor comes in.
But how many competitors are in total?
5.
5, yeah.
So out of those 10 women, who can we see out of those 5? I can tell you right now, I'll name them right quick. My thing, I feel will be Zyra, will be for sure one of the women's from Fatal Influences. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I see Cora Jade being in there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I see Jordan Grace being there.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly,
The biggest question is, do we see Roxanne being in there, defending her belt on that style? Because the distraction that we saw from Last Legend and Jakara against Stephanie Bakir and Julia, that's going to be a tag match happening at Deadline. I don't see them. It's too soon to involve them in that. And the reason why I say Zyra and Jordan Grace, because I think that's going to start with their feud after Deadline. She's probably going to forgive her. Oh, yeah, I forgive you for, spearing me. And then when this shit happens on Deadline, they're probably going to both eliminate each other. And then they're going to just cause massive chaos heading into New Year's Revolution or whatever's it called, New Year's for their other event. Might between them, and that's how you know that Jordan Grace is coming to NXT full time. And then I see Valkyria and Julia, Roxanne, and Cora Jade. They're saving that for next year's WrestleMania Fatal 4-Way. I see that happening. I don't see that happening too soon because if they do it now, it's going to kill the momentum. You have to really build it up with that. You have to, and with the North American Championship. I feel that Tatum Pax is going to be the next one in line for that down the line in the future. Okay. I don't see it now, but I see that later.
Okay.
I can't see them not adding Stephanie in that match now. She's another one who legitimately, unless anybody else has forgotten that, she pinned the champion as well. She has to be in that match. She has to be in that match. There's no way in hell that tag match. Listen, that tag match does not need to be on the pay-per-view.
Agreed. I agree, disagree. However, unless, what about they add whoever wins to that one, whoever pins who gets added into that, the last member of that, because we don't know yet if it's going to be for the title or number one contendership. We don't know that yet.
It's always been number one contendership. So unless
unless they change it, that's what I'm saying. Unless they could change it, that's what I'm saying.
Anything could happen.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Like it could go route on anyone in this one. But I'm excited to see the next 3 weeks how they're going to build Deadline. Because Deadline is now December 7th, right? That's
December 7th.
Mm-hmm. They have enough time to build stories into it. And now with the Regal and seeing his son for the first time on television, both of them together. Oh, his father, son, like I love that. Oh, Regal's going to take over his son's faction. I'm saying him right now. He's gonna take, and that's gonna be awesome. Father and son. Oh my God, the Prince and King of professional wrestling, and now they're able to say the word professional wrestling. It's gonna be amazing. I am excited for that.
All right,
all right. I'm sorry. Well, fucking we delayed it because we're talking all this shit. Don't give me all this shit. Jeez, I know we're in a late run. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying we ain't got to predict directly yelling in our ears. So somebody got to be the asshole. Why not the lawyer?
Well, you know what? I'm gonna start being an asshole with your ass because you keep fucking.
Why not the lawyer? He says.
See, there you go. You're fucking nonsense. But I still love you.
I may not be a lawyer, but I play one on Circle of Debate.
The hell no! There you go. That's number what? How many is that? That's 18. We got 10 more to go to hit a 30. If we hit 30, I'll be happy. All right, fuck it. I might as well fucking it's that time, folks. Last segment of the night. You know what time it is?
It's time. It's time. It's Vader time.
Dynamite.
Yeah,
that's right. Dynamite. Oh, jeez, I forgot to type that shit. So you see, the alcohol talks too much, and I'm already getting. I've been up since 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning, folks. Excuse me. I know. You had a long day sometimes. But I'm gonna let these two gentlemen talk about it because I really don't have much to say about this shit. I really don't. I mean, I could, but for what? I'm gonna digress so much that it's like I'm gonna derail, and I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna let Pepsi Phil handle this one. I want him to break it down the whole show for us, and then he'll pass it on to the Redeemer. So I mean, go ahead, Pepsi Phil. Tell me what the fuck happened to Dynamite for us to be.
I gave this. This is probably. I didn't count last week's Dynamite, the Halloween Fright Night shit, because as far as I'm concerned, that was just a free pay-per-view. So that was a great night, or at least better. This one was a regular Wednesday night, which actually was not terrible. So the grade I gave it was a B-. I enjoyed all of the segments. Somebody in the back, not Tony, must have figured out how to do a better presentations, and I don't know who it is.
Who else? Who else? Or turn it off, folks. That's who it is. 1-900 Mussolini, folks. Because
I ain't one to gossip, but I done heard.
Remember, folks, $309 consultation fees.
Because I will tell you right now.
Are you gonna sell us? What are you gonna sell us? A can of Pepsi?
The most intimidating sight is the Hurt Syndicate standing in the ring,
bro.
Oh, all right.
That was literally probably an epic entrance for those guys. So as far as I'm concerned, that was a great way for them to be introduced. They did a great job. They even did a follow through in the back later on in the show with them and Ricochet. Mm-hmm. With the classic, the family misses you, we're going to be keeping an eye on you kind of thing.
I love that.
So that was the first segment I enjoyed. The Jay White Hangman segment, that was just fucking fun.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't even time. Like, they were smart enough to go, we done heard Jay White's promo. We done heard Hangman's promo. We don't care about promos anymore. Just let them fight.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a chance of that. Shout out to Juice for coming in on support staff system. That was great. So I was very pleased with that segment. The matches that they had, quote unquote, it wasn't a trios championship. The Claudio Bastard Pac match versus Orange Cassidy and I guess Darby, who decided who was running so late, he had to jump off of something to get there on time. Was a good match. It was legitimately a solid match. The one thing it is doing for me is I was worried that they were going to try to make Darby the chosen one immediately. I am very much more pleased that they're letting Darby slowly build himself up to something and giving it to Orange Cassidy to carry the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I am a little bit annoyed Daniel Garcia is not in this mix more fully, especially since last week Orange Cassidy gave that speech talking about you guys don't know what we're facing. I'm going to lead y'all guys into the promised land and save you from this darkness kind of thing. But, I mean, maybe he was busy. I don't know. So that segment was good. I'm going to go to the segment that was perhaps the most wasted segment of the entire show. Hitting Chris Statlander with a fucking car. That shit, first of all, Rikishi and Stone Cold did it much better. That was perhaps the dumbest segment in the world. I don't understand how you could try to hit somebody, hit them hard enough that they knock over a barrier and fall down the ground, and yet that person who was hit by a car can stand up and beat up your security and choke you out on top of your own car. The fuck is that possible?
Talk about making somebody look super strong. She survived getting hit by a car.
Exactly. And then you see Monet in the back going, what do you mean you missed? What do you mean you going to miss hitting somebody with a car? How was that possible? It's not like she was running. She was walking inside of a room. It ain't like she was running. Shit, she was strolling.
She's literally on her way out of the arena.
Exactly. So that segment did, and honestly, that was some of the most disrespectful shit to Camille I have ever seen.
It did her dirty again.
See, I guarantee Pepsi was like, I know you were. And let him have it, Phil. Come on, let him have it. Tell him.
That's fucking bullshit.
Exactly. Your bullshit, Tony Khan.
There it is.
Yes.
Because here's the thing. Here's the interesting thing. You can usually tell the things that Tony books versus the actual professional wrestlers who are just like, we can't do that. That don't make no goddamn sense. And everybody in the back going, well, that's what Tony wanted to do. So be it. Or hit somebody with a fucking car. And the worst part about it is it happened off camera.
I know we didn't even see anything.
Oh, fuck.
We're just left to assume that she got hit by the car.
At least let us see her bouncing off the hood or something.
God.
Had, like nothing.
Okay, remind me. Did we hear the noise? Was there any noise? I didn't hear.
There was a noise.
No.
There was a noise. Well, no. What we heard was a screech, a bar falling, and her on the ground like this.
If they would have really made it more, why are you fucking kidding?
It was literally like she was pulling in, so she didn't have that much room to work with, and she's just like.
It's so funny watching Stat just on the ground, just going, try to hit me.
She didn't look hurt. She just looked shocked. Someone tried to hit her with a car.
But Phil, why did it make we did not hear the hood of the car?
The look on her face was like, I know this bitch didn't just hit me with a car. That was the look on that woman's face.
You know what was funnier? You know what was funnier at that whole thing? She got up and tried to hobble like she got hit, and then just didn't give a fuck.
After that, the gimmick went away. She out here.
Oh my god!
She hit Monet so hard the belt flew out over the car.
Right? She literally chokeslammed her on the hood of the car, and the title was like, "Watch this!" and Magic Act.
Does that make sense to you, gentlemen?
That is again. We had this conversation. That right there is terrible storytelling. But if you're trying to draw some heat for a match, that was not the way to do it.
If you're trying to make somebody look super strong in this build to freaking a matchup, I get what you're trying to do. But like, you could have made it more logistical. Like, you know, this woman literally gets hit by a car to the extent of you're just like, okay, she's fine now in like 2 seconds.
And at a point, she's so strong, it takes 4 dudes to pull her off of Monet. So good to see that kid hit by a car really slowed her down.
You're right.
At least, man, see, they got to learn. Austin fucking took the hit.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, the only thing this segment succeeded in doing was making Camille look stupid.
Yep.
I think they're breaking up after that.
They kind of have to. Like, honestly, literally in 2 weeks, she has been yelled at and insulted both times for doing her job.
How is she not just had enough of Mercedes?
So the other segment, which annoyed me, if I can remember correctly, honestly was, and this will sound terrible, it was the Ricochet Keith Lee match. Ricochet with a super strong dude. He did the exact same moves he did with Braun Breaker. It was a good match towards the end, but truth be told, it was a little disappointing start. Yeah. Only because it was like, I've seen this before. They did end it well with Will Ospreay and Mark Davis coming in for the save like you're supposed to. But it just, I don't know, it was a rough start. It wasn't terrible, but it was a rough start. But I will say this was probably the best promo Ricochet has done on two different brands.
Oh, he's funny.
So I was happy with Ricochet's growth.
Remember Stat from Another Planet? Her early.
I'm not gonna lie to you. That's probably why she survived a car run. She's a fucking alien. That's why she got survived being hit by a car. She ain't goddamn human. She ain't goddamn human.
God, I love it. She must have Mr. Bird Simpson style or what the fuck?
The other segment, which to this day is literally like they're kicking a dead horse. Christian versus Hook.
Oh, for the love of fuck!
Oh my god! I want to hear. Can you please tell me exactly the promo what the fuck did he told the?
Now here's the thing, though, and this is what makes me upset. Christian spent a lot of money and time on this promo, bringing in Kip Sabian, creating a friction between the entire family with his new Kip Sabian obsession. Don't ask. To the point where his prodigy, his son, got jealous. That part was great. The problem is that entire promo was I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna be criticism, wasted on Hook, because we have like all of a sudden Christian's like that. Yeah, I killed your daddy. You want to be realizing why he didn't want to tell you I killed him? All this other crap, which is again good stuff from Christian, and he did it for Hook. And the weird thing about it is they put like these fake security dudes in, and as soon as you see him and you know it's gonna be Hook, oh, so Hook got people to beat up now when Christian and the rest of them run away.
Okay.
So honestly, I think my beef with that one is that can you give Christian somebody else to pick on at this point? Because honestly, at this point, Christian can only do so much with Hook.
Christian's gonna put over Hook anyway.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though, and this is the thing I hate to say. I kind of agree with Meltzer on this one. Hook would do much better if he was not in AEW.
Yeah.
He could genuinely grow outside from AEW's influence.
As much as I hate to fucking agree, and especially with that piece of shit what he said, yes, I agree.
Truth be told,
you see how I hesitated saying that shit?
Not even NXT.
Fuck NXT. Make one of the indies. Make one everywhere. Fuck
100%. I would send his ass to Japan.
Hell no. Go to the indies. He just learning the indies.
First of all, can you imagine him learning in one of the dojos back there? At the very least, he could do a lot more than just a hip toss every 5 minutes with a red rug.
No, they'll touch him a real suplex in a 16-byte ring with a hardwood floor.
Exactly.
Damn.
Like, truth be told, he could probably use the same system of training that Wheeler Yuta went through when he was in Japan.
Well,
not the young boy trainer, but at least somewhere in there what they did with have
Konosuke take him over there to fucking.
Oh no, because remember when Jungle Boy went over there, his wrestling got so much better. Like he was able to come out from AEW and came out as a better wrestler. Like I think Hook could use that because at this point, it's just they're just doing the same gimmick over and over again.
Just like Christian Cage was the father and son. Oh yeah, you're my son. You saved me from not catching him as shit.
He literally and honestly, Christian did some really good work that night too. I would say.
I hate on Christian. He fucking pulls it off, getting us pissed off.
And again, I just think Hook has not been up to snuff with him, and I don't know if it's just like you said. Maybe he needs a better teacher. Maybe because Joe's on vacation and doing his movie that he's not around to help Hook. I don't know what it is, but right now Hook is
that man needs help. That's what he needs.
Hook is just genuinely boring right now. Like
was it Rusty that said Samoa Joe might come back? No, Henry said it. I don't know about the Hurt business though, but yeah,
I don't think so. But at the very least, I was enjoying Samoa Joe kind of being a mentor to Hook. Because it gave Hook a personality, well, a wrestling personality. Not like I'm sure he has one in real life. But yeah, so this wasn't for me. However, in my opinion, the most undersold and underrepresented match of the night was Jamie Hayter versus Penelope Ford.
By the way, just very quick, because I'll let you guys, I don't have to say too much of it. For me, it's more like. Shout out to Penelope Ford. She did a great job. She impressed me. She actually really developed.
She came back with at least 10 pounds of muscle on her.
She did.
She looked way stronger. I know she was coming back from an injury that kept her out for 2 years. But her regime, she came back. She came back almost the exact same size as Jamie Hayter is now. And obviously Penelope Ford could always wrestle. So it was really nice seeing her. It was really nice seeing Jamie Hayter. I was upset because that match could have been longer, and I feel like it was shut. Someone whispered in somebody's ear and said, "End it quick."
I wonder why
Yeah,
Right?
Because honestly, that it was shaping up to be a really good match, and like I said, now I'm wondering like.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I had to say,
I'm serious. I'm not going to sit back and take this fucking shit.
Well, you fucking take it because you're fucking bullshit, Tony Khan. You don't book your women right how NXT does. That's why they beat your ass in the fucking ratings. You're bullshit. You're bullshit. Fuck off. Sorry, go ahead.
I enjoyed the Mina promo.
Mina is coming indeed.
I wonder how long it is before she becomes all elite.
That's number 18.
That's 19, actually.
Yeah.
Right, 19.
So now I'm wondering how long if Mina becomes all elite. I don't think she will, but I think it'll be interesting to see her making more time.
Well, you know what he has to do. He has to get her the paperwork, get her citizenship here.
Oh, I don't even think that's it. I think she makes more money on the road doing multiple stuff from around the world than she will at AEW. And
what do you think Makahito didn't sign?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't. And the thing is, Tony won't pay them that rate because let's face it, Maki Ito, and I know people like making fun of her, but she is a huge draw. 100%.
Who the fuck's making fun of her?
People see through the goofy stuff, the goofiness of her. No,
it wasn't for a gimmick that she would not be where she's at. So
like folks like
Griff Garrison.
Whoa, who the fuck is Griff Garrison?
This is Griff Garrison.
But that's my point, though. These like the Japanese wrestlers make more money overseas than Tony's willing to pay. I mean, that's like I said.
It all depends, Phil.
Which honestly, in my opinion, I don't know how everyone else will feel, but truth be told, I would not have spent that money on Monet, and I would have gotten at least 3 or 4 wrestlers from Japan to become all elite. Like I would bring in 4 more, and just to bulk up my women's division.
You know what? I'm gonna shut the fuck up because
I want you to know I did not think about that, Rusty. I completely forgot about that. That they literally said that Christian took out Taz, but yet they basically brought up the fact that Taz had a knee replacement.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
we know that. But they use it as stories. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So it's consistent.
Yeah. So, but that's the thing, though. Like I said, though, that's one of the things that they tend to like. I'm watching that match between those two, Penelope Ford and Jamie Hayter, and my exact thought was this needs to be longer. Mm-hmm. Like if you cut out the segment, you can cut out any segment and go, you wouldn't miss anything. So it was just, but it is what it is. So, but yeah, so then we have that. The next one we had was the Jericho match without honor triple, like 6-man tag. First of all, above else, it was a good match. You know how Justin goes unnecessary banger? Yeah. This was a banger, but this was an unneeded banger. It was unneeded.
It
was legitimately not needed.
Sorry, but you know that Justin's gonna go like he's literally gonna call it.
Off is a direction you can fuck.
Truth be told, they could have had a night where that match wasn't there, and I wouldn't have been upset by it. It was nice. It was nice seeing the bounty hunter. I mean, the Bad Apple. It was nice seeing. It was nice seeing the rest of them there. But truth be told, it's just not working for me as a storyline anymore. Because at this point, they already let go of the fact that the only reason Jericho has the belt is for marketing and promotional purposes to get ROH a TV deal, which it is what it is. And honestly, as much as
y'all called it last week, you remember you guys said that shit?
No, I remember. I was really hoping we were wrong. But the problem is that right there is they came up with the idea, but they didn't come up with a storyline. Because at that point, it leads into earlier on in that match, before the match started, we got a tease of the conglomeration versus Moxley and his Death Riders. Because while Orange Cassidy and Darby was getting the shit kicked out of them 7 ways to Sunday, once they got to day Friday and half of Saturday, Then the conglomeration comes out after them boys done took 6 days ass whooping. And you're thinking, what took you so long? So, but they teased the conglomeration against the Death Riders, which was mildly annoying because I like that. I like that. But why they had them wait so long, I don't know. Because if you just want to say, like, quote unquote, Orange and Darby got to fight against adversity, you ain't even get their ass whooped that long for adversity. They've been getting their ass whooped for the last 3 weeks. So, but again, I ain't booking that shit. Who knows? So anyway, but long and short of it is that so the night was genuinely good. But like I said, it still has its problems of consistency, illogical storylines, which is why it's a solid B.
So wait a minute, what the fuck? You said earlier that it was better than NXT because it had a better storylines, better segments.
I felt like the segments that they did have, excluding the ones I mentioned, were way more compelling. Christian and Hook is stupid, but Christian did a great promo.
I'm not hating on that. I'm just saying.
No. But that's my thing. Like in regards to promos, in regard to like how they were pushing the show forward, I think AEW did a much better job in this week than NXT did that this week. That's not to say it's permanent. It's just this particular time touched me and worked with me a little bit better than it hit me a little bit harder than they did before. And
I would agree to disagree. I agree because they have to build it because they don't have enough time to build it. They have to for full gear.
Yeah.
They had no other option. Here, on the other hand, with NXT is that this was an event that happened in Philadelphia and occurred. But it at least gave beginning stories heading into the next 4 weeks for them.
But that's my point. This current storylines work because they're in the middle of a transition building period. Those weren't as interesting to me. I'm just saying that's why AEW was. I'm not saying I don't understand why NXT is building up their storylines because they have deadline coming up. I'm just saying at this point in time, the stories I saw this Wednesday versus the stories I saw Wednesday at NXT, AEW's was a little bit more compelling. However, that's because they at least that's because, like you said, they're pretty much in a home stretch to their pay-per-view. Exactly. So that's why it worked. And honestly, let's face it, that's what they're supposed to be doing. That's what AEW is supposed to be doing.
Don't get me started on the Jericho patch that he's giving. So this is Jericho is awesome. Festival of Friendship awesome. And AEW's Ocho terrible with tag with Sami Zayn, Sex Gods. Terrible.
The fact that he calls himself now the Nueve is mildly annoying.
Mildly annoying?
He can't even spell Nueve. I'll tell you that.
So yeah, overall, it was like I said, overall it's fine. It was a B. It was not a bad night. It was a better night than they've had in a long time. So it was like I said, it was an okay, solid night. Let's see, try to think which other matches. However,
wait, did you forget the Cal Fletcher one? Did you mention that?
No, that was I did touch on that one. But the one I wanted to touch on, I'll say for last, was Adam Cole and Malachi Black.
Okay, I want to hear this. Go ahead.
I love that match. Like the best thing about that match is that they sold the storyline they were going for. Is Adam Cole up to the battle? Is he strong enough to fight? I think people did not understand the fact that in that storyline, once Malachi Black respected him enough to stop, he didn't want to fight anymore. Like that was the story. This was a test. Once he passed the test, Malachi was done fighting.
Okay.
Like that was a lot of people apparently were like, is he hurt? Is this his swan song? Is he leaving? No, it was just that was the story. The story is that the entire House of Black are testing Adam Cole.
Thank you.
Every single one of them are testing his metal and seeing what he's made for.
Thank you for clarifying that to the audiences that are listening and watching. Because
honestly, it is a very hard story to tell.
Very briefly, Phil, I apologize to interrupt you, but can you explain to the audiences and listeners of this story why he did what he did?
So the hardest part was we had no reason to like Adam Cole when he came back.
Mm-hmm.
We knew he had an injury. We were told we're supposed to like him because he's going against MJF, and just hit it right on the head. Why the fuck is he not a bad guy? Why should we like him?
Mm-hmm.
This entire gauntlet against the House of Black is giving us that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the point of it. Like, keep in mind, there's no cheating. He's winning solid. He's even like, there is a struggle to get through the match. Like, there is a point where it's like, can he keep going? Like, that's what they sell in the match. And then it's like, okay, good job. And at the end of the match, it's not there's no animosity, because at the end of it, which is like, I mean, that shit felt heartfelt. Malachi Black gives Adam Cole a congratulatory hug.
Mm-hmm.
And for the story, that works. First of all, no one wants to say it out loud, but I don't want to be Adam Cole when Brody King has to show up next. Because I love Adam Cole, but Brody King is a monster.
What a match that's going to be, though. Holy shit.
Yeah. So I'm excited for it. But I enjoy the fact that this is a very subtle, strong, but a strong storytelling style that, truth be told, this is kind of how martial artists back in, like, remember the old kung fu matches they used to have on like Saturday night kung fu shows where like two guys.
Yeah.
It is literally the same mentality. It's literally like the old school. You used to watch the old school cartoon anime of like Double Dragon, or like in this case Mortal Kombat, and like they'd have a.
Oh my God, Double Dragon! You said that.
Yeah, but like I said, these matches are just two dudes who respect each other, and one dude goes, "If you really ready to go, let's see what you got." But there's not any. It's not animosity. It's not a face versus heel thing. It's literally just the classic, what Cornette likes to say: two guys in the field, one bigger than the other, fighting to see, and you watching to see how's it going to go. And I was, like I said, this has been, even though it's not like a championship run, and it wasn't like the MJF Cole one, from a storyline perspective, where this is not a championship-esque match, this is a very strong, good storyline.
Okay.
That's like, it's like, I know, because like, and honestly, Adam Cole has won the crowd back. Like, he didn't win it. Like, usually they do the thing where it's like, you get hurt, you come back, you're a face. That's just standard storyline. In this case, is he came back, and it was literally like, why are you a face? Because you turned on him, and you were the bad guy in the situation. It's like, this is why you need to forgive Adam Cole. He's trying to do better. He's trying to be better. He needs to be better. Kind of.
I'll wait until it's my turn because I'll pass his redeemer. But I know where you're going with it. But I have conspiracies in that. But
well, no, I mean, it's wrestling. It's not.
No. I'm talking about. I'm with you. What you're saying. I'm just saying more of the story, because there's one thing you forgot to mention within that story. People,
United Kingdom.
No, but no, is. I wait until it's my turn. You'll know what I'm talking about. I rather say that.
So, but yeah, so like that for me right now. That's the storyline of the night.
Okay.
So that's the one I'm most excited about right now.
Okay.
Oh, it's good.
I love that.
Brody, against Brody, he will be, yes.
Yeah, big time.
So, but yeah, so other than that, that was great. The only thing that also annoys me is like I'm getting really tired of Darby using a skateboard as his weapon of choice. I'm gonna need, like I said, Tony Hawk does it. Tony Hawk's the only one who's allowed to use a skateboard.
Well, you already know why. Remember we talked about it last fucking like what?
Yeah.
You already know.
So, but the point of the matter is, so yeah. And for anyone who's going to say something, yes, I know I just gave WWE shit for giving Cody some sportsmanship shit, but this is built a whole lot different than that.
Phil, I told you it's international. You have to understand, it's politics style that it has to be involved with that. Unfortunately,
yeah. Still,
I know. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I mean, I understand why they did it, and
they're getting bullshit. Phil, if they tell you to run the fucking show and they pay you so much money, you have to obey the rules. You ain't gonna tell me you're gonna.
That's fine. Like I said, that's fine. Like I said, but like I said, I enjoyed the sportsmanship.
There's rules in place, son. And it ain't like what you think. Like, oh, fuck off. Like, hey, fuck you. I want to shake your hand.
All I'm saying is I enjoyed the sportsmanship I saw at AEW. Those two that I did with Gus.
Why are you going to compare that to the word international?
I am not but I know someone's going to go, but you had a problem when Cody and Gunther did it. Yeah, I did. And I'm going to stick with that. I'm standing on that business. Just so you know, I'm going to stand on that business.
Like, I'm standing on this hill proudly.
Come at me if you want.
I don't think you want to do that, folks, because this man will fucking sue your ass for a can of Pepsi.
But the funny thing about, and this is the thing that people, I don't think I am noticing with AEW. Oh, and well, I mean, hold off on that one. So we get to Konosuke and I don't know what they're doing with Carl Fletcher. I don't know what they do with that man. The man dressed like a stripper from Final Fantasy. I don't know.
Oh my God! What a fucking description! Oh my God!
The thing is, Kyle Fletcher had a really good night. He had a really good night.
Fuck!
It's Ricochet.
I didn't get shit on my spit, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I wasn't ready for that one. Oh Christ!
I'm just saying, if Yoshitaka Kamada had to design a stripper Final Fantasy, there you go.
Why you had to go that route? Fuck, man.
Don't get me wrong. They had a really great match. And like I said, I enjoyed the additional storyline where Mark Davis comes in trying to get Kyle Fletcher right, and Kyle turns on him, basically. And then all of a sudden, Will Ospreay comes in to save Kyle Fletcher, which, again, also a really great move. So now we have the four of them versus the Don Callis family, where now it's basically like Takashi Konosuke, Kyle Fletcher against Brian Cage and Lance and the Murder Hawk Monster versus.
But you forgot to mention. I wish I had the audio Notorious.
Mm-hmm.
Powerhouse.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. Like on the other side, you have Powerhouse Hobbs. It's not. I keep saying Keith Lee. Shit, I meant Powerhouse Hobbs.
Come on, it's a difference. Who am I?
Exactly. It's like Powerhouse Hobbs, Ricochet, Mark Davis, and Will Ospreay on the other side, which is actually a really good 4-on-4 in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm actually okay with that. But so we'll see how it goes. Like that storyline has grown. Ricochet's promo skills are growing in that one as well. He's doing a really good job of like the growth in that one. Mm-hmm. What's great about him is that maybe it took him a while to shake off WWE, but his appearance in Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling, his appearance where he attacked Zack Sabre after Zack Sabre won his match at New Japan, and this has given him like a new outlook, especially in his promos, because he's a personable motherfucker at this point.
Right.
So I'm like, what the hell? When we get this shit when using WWE, bro?
Phil, let me ask you this question. Does Konosuke kind of reminds you of the young version of fucking Desperado when he first started at fucking DDT? In a way?
I can see that. And this is where I'm
talking about character. I'm not talking about
character-wise, yeah. But the funny part about him is that, and I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, I swear to God, he reminds me of Tanahashi.
Damn, the beginning time, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that too. Oh my God, you're fucking right.
He reminds me a lot of Tanahashi, like real early Tanahashi.
Justin, I know you remember, Justin. I apologize, but I know you. But go back. People that are listening.
Mm-hmm.
Phil knows. Phil is never the coffin because if you go back on YouTube, that shit, his attitude era. Oh my God.
The thing is, though, he's definitely bigger than Tanahashi was.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about character. I mean, you know,
character-wise, but it's interesting, like because he had the Tanahashi character style, but it's a lot weirder because he's bigger than Tanahashi, more athletic than Tanahashi was, respectfully, and stronger than he was. It hits a little bit different and stronger. Like it's not Tanahashi 2.0. It's like alternate universe, multiversal Tanahashi at this point.
I agree with that. Yeah, I'm with you.
So, and honestly, the biggest thing I'm having is that, and this is where I'm being a mark and greedy. Takeshita needs a better storyline. I am really tired. That man does not need to be doing tag matches. He needs to be picking on people. He needs to be a solo act. As much as I love Kyle Fletcher, And if we're going to keep with Don Callis family, fine. He needs to be going out of a singles matches like he did at Maple Leaf.
That's right, Tony Khan. You heard it right. Stop having stop being like this.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Because like we saw Maple Leaf and we saw New Japan during the G1, he can be a solo act and carry that shit on his own.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, give him Don Callis as a manager if you want to, but he does not need to be tagging with somebody who needs a third wheel.
True.
Like, so because like here's the thing, you don't see him doing that to Tom. You don't see him doing that to Okada. Okada literally fights solo matches, maybe one triple threat man, 1 6-man tag with the Bucks, but outside that, he's fighting solo. You don't see Okada in the useless tag match because it don't make any.
I'm not gonna say shit about that because I'll digress.
Because it don't make any goddamn sense.
No, I know, I know, but I'm gonna shut the fuck up because it ain't my turn.
Okay, you go. And the thing is, the fact that. And they have this thing where they're trying to have him win more tournaments than Romo? No.
What? Romo? Why? Why we can bring up Romo?
What?
No, they're basically doing this thing where like Tanahashi has won the most like wrestling tournaments than one wrestler whose name I can't remember.
G1, though, I'll tell you that. He never won the most G1.
He won 4 G1s.
But he
plus it's not the most, but he's won 4 G1s, 1 Continental Classic. So all he needs to do is win one more to win the most wrestling tournaments.
Okay.
So I don't understand that storyline at all because that makes no goddamn sense.
Well, tell that man who runs fucking AEW. Don't tell me. Tell him.
The fact that they have a Wrestle Dream coming up soon, and I'm trying to figure out what the fuck Okada's going to be doing.
I
don't know. I'm like,
I'm gonna let Justice do that. That's not me.
Wrestle Dream is right. Wrestle Dream is what, 3 weeks after Full Gear?
Wait, no.
Not Wrestle Dream. Maybe not Wrestle Dream.
World's End.
World's End. I'm sorry. Yeah,
World's End. Yeah.
World's End is right after Wrestle Dream, and they're still haven't gotten him. Like he hasn't picked a fight with anybody yet.
Yeah, it ain't my turn. I'm gonna let this man.
That's when the Continental Classic will happen, though. So that's when we'll know who's going to face.
That's the finish of a Continental Classic. And the thing is, as much as I enjoy that, think about it. They went through another pay-per-view where he wasn't in it,
right?
And now they're going to have a Continental Classic. He only fights maybe once or twice during the Classic to keep his belt, maybe 3 times.
Yeah.
And yet, in that time since he's been signed, can we honestly say he's wrestled 10 times? He wrestled twice. The third time, I believe he won. He didn't go through the tournament. He won. He won Eddie's belt.
I'm sorry. I apologize for laughing. It's just that, Rusty, I know that it's okay. What happened to all the hype of these Japanese guys I heard of? Okada, Takashita. Sorry, I misspelled. How big and bad, and they're all having all these top-notch matches in each fan, but not much in AEW.
That's booking. That is booking.
Yeah, in a nutshell.
That is booking. Because I'm sitting there going, Okada has, think about it, this year alone, after being signed, has Okada had 10 matches?
No.
Like he had 2, beat Eddie for the 3rd belt. He had 1 match against someone at a pay-per-view, and then he had 1 other match. He has just had he hasn't broken 6 yet.
That's insane to think
and
of.
And he has been at AEW for almost a full year.
That's wrong.
Yeah, Redeemer. Now you're next.
And honestly, I can't blame Rusty because Rusty's right. If you spend that, and trust me, Tony made a point of telling you how much. Didn't tell you exactly how much, but told you he spent a lot of money on Okada. If you're spending that much money on Okada and don't let that man wrestle 6 times, that's a Brock Lesnar schedule.
That's some wasted money right there.
At least my dog just won with Otani with winning the World Series. So I think
at least Otani played more than 6 matches.
out of the
Tony had 6 games. He had more than 6 games.
Yeah, he played almost 182 games.
Exactly.
But yeah,
damn.
But I mean, that's the thing. Like I said, Okada is, and I mean, I'm sure Okada's happy about it. He's sitting in the back doing catering, collecting a paycheck.
Right.
Where the fuck can we get that shit? Us right here, Circle of the
I mean, and what every 5 days, just call somebody a bitch. I could do that.
Hey, shit, we do this shit for
I could do that shit for free.
we do this 3 get paid more. It's just not below me.
And yeah, and I know this turned into
I know
this turned into a bitch about. I know the Dynamite discussion turned into a bitch about AEW's booking, but it was one of those things where it's like you got 2 main pay-per-views coming up. They have not mentioned an Okada match for Full Gear, and they haven't mentioned one for World's End. What is this man doing?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna Redeemer and take over on this one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm good. Like I said. And the thing is, your international champion doesn't have a match.
That's true.
He has a tag match.
That is true. God damn, that is a problem.
That don't make any goddamn sense.
That's a problem. Holy shit.
All right, now the floor is yours, Dynamite. I mean, what else can we add? I just broke down to you where they're at. I have no idea.
Let's see. I'll start from the top. I love the Hurt Syndicate stuff. Like I said, just after what happened last week with Lashley's debut, you have them come out here and just basically stake their claim to just be like, hey, you want to be with us. We're here to help you. Make sure you get the card and make sure you make the most of it. Like, that was amazing. And then having Swerve come out, just basically challenge Bobby to Full Gear. Let's freaking go. That should be fantastic. The Death Riders versus Darby and Orange Cassidy match was fine. Nothing that they're doing still with this BCC stuff is intriguing me whatsoever. It just feels like it's going nowhere. They're spinning their tires. They're doing nothing. Like, it's literally nothing. It's just Moxley continuously coming over here, running his mouth every single week, talking about, oh, well, this is our company now, and doing this and I don't fucking care. Like, the whole thing with Wheeler Yuta is weird. Like, why is Wheeler still sticking around with them when they are clearly just friggin' using him as a pawn for everything? Like, nothing is like, everything with that entire story just feels so repetitive, so going nowhere. And I don't like, it's not intriguing me whatsoever to even get invested in it yet. Like, they need to do something different for me to pull me into it, because it's just, I'm just sitting on the outside going, what's next? Besides another beatdown and another beatdown and another beatdown. And it's the same friggin' thing of just like, again, you have these teams that you have not done a single damn thing with, at not even remotely pushed at a higher level than where they've been sitting at, like where they're still basically AEW dark fodder, where they're the ones stepping up to the BCC to try to take down this big, giant, freaking like dominant threat in the BCC. And it doesn't work that way. It's not going to work. Like, the conglomeration is a better step up right now than, sadly, Top Flight and the Dark Order and whoever the hell else you had going in there with that situation. Like, at least the conglomeration is a step up from that, but it still doesn't feel like even them being involved with it is enough to be like convincing enough to be like, they can stop the BCC at this point. The fight without honor stuff. I'm with you, Phil. The match was actually fine. I didn't hate it. Again, it's just not going to get me to care about Jericho stuff. I just hate this everything. Jericho always has to have these long, drawn out freaking feuds and stories, and it's not going to work. It's not going to intrigue me. Like you literally said, they literally put this title on Jericho to try to get some recognition for ROH, and it's like, I need more than Jericho to give me recognition for ROH at this point, because that's just, again, we talked about this last time, the state that Chris Jericho's in right now, where his character lies right now on the roster, just does not garner much for people to be like, yeah, I'm really intrigued to watch this because Chris Jericho's here. Like, no, it's not. Jericho doesn't have that right now, but he used to. Malachi and Adam Cole was fantastic. I'm with you right now with this whole how they're having Cole go through the BCC or go through House of Black, like they're using that as like the trials right now for Adam Cole to get, again, using that to get to MJF. I'm with it. The matches have been fantastic so far. The one with Buddy last week was awesome. The one Malachi here was awesome. I like the whole thing with Malachi, how he hits the kick, and it's just basically like, man, I couldn't beat him with the kick. I don't know what else to do. Like, I'm done with it. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I love it. That was a fantastic way to do it. Again, it feels like it almost felt like it was kind of one of those moments where it was like, yeah, is this the end for Malachi? Is he leaving? I get it. People were doing that whole thing, and I kind of felt the same way after watching it, but it's at the point where, you know, it was good. It was a good little story to tell in the middle of this, and I like what they're doing with Adam Cole here. The one thing I don't like with Cole is this whole thing with adding Roddy to this situation. I don't like that.
It's because of that mustache. It's because of that mustache.
I don't like it only because of the fact that,
man, it's Movember, right? Leave the mustache out of this.
Oh, I think I actually don't understand why you're saying that. It does make perfect sense.
Yeah, I don't like Roddy being involved in this because it's basically telling us right now that more than likely Roddy and the Kingdom's about to align with MJF. And I don't really fucking care to see that right now. I don't. So basically, they're going to do it for the shock factor to be like, oh, hey, remember, those were the guys that helped Adam Cole turn on MJF. Now they're helping MJF turn on Adam Cole. Like, I don't fucking care what freaking roles you switch in this situation at this point. I just want you to get through Cole and MJF and wrap that shit up so we can finally be like, we finally got the ending that we've been waiting for. That's it. Mm-hmm. Nothing else. But now you got to try to put us this little fucking twist in there so we can all be like, oh my God, the roles have been reversed. Like, I don't care. It's not, I'm like I said, I'm intrigued to see more of Cole go through House of Black and how they handle the story with that whole situation. And eventually when we get a Cole and MJF match again, I know it's going to be incredible. And their history and the story they have going on there is there. But a Roddy turn and the Kingdom aligning with MJF, I could care less. I'm not intrigued by that.
Yeah,
I enjoyed Jay White and Hangman stuff. That's probably some of the stuff in AEW right now. I mean, I'm really excited for it because after Jay White beat Hangman the first time, which I don't think any of us fully expected, that matchup was fantastic.
No, I remember watching this. Remember, we didn't expect that. We were like, oh my God.
Yeah, no, because I figured you would keep Hangman, you know, with the momentum with Hangman going, you would have him take the win here.
It was a good match, by the way.
Yeah, but we're at the point where you kind of want to rebuild Jay White. You want to get Jay White back to that main event status that we know we know him as. Mm-hmm. You have him beat Hangman. With this new Hangman, you have him beat him, and that's how you do it. I love how they handled that. The stat stuff, we talked about that earlier, how just stupid it was. It was like, listen, I have no issue. Anytime you see at this point with Mercedes Moné where she just gets beat up, I'm cool with it. But you could have done that a hell of a lot better than making it just look so stupid and making Camille look so stupid in the process. That's the part that just annoys the shit out of me. Like, it was such a just dumb looking angle in the end. Penelope and Jamie, honestly, for a feud that just feels so thrown together, the match was very good. Again, I'm with Phil. I wish they'd gotten a little bit more time because I really like Penelope Ford. I'm a big fan of hers. I think she's incredibly underrated. We don't see enough of her.
Agreed.
Wrestling. And Jamie Hayter, we all love Jamie Hayter for reasons, you know, every single time.
Jamie Hayter.
Yeah, even that though, she's just fucking fantastic. Like, I would absolutely say she's easily one of the best women's wrestlers in the world right now. She's amazing. But like, I if they're not done with that feud, you can run it back one more time, give them a little bit more time. I'm fine with that. Mina's showing up soon. I'm freaking can't wait. I love Mina Shirakawa. And I loved the main event. I enjoyed the main event. I'm happy that Powerhouse Hobbs is back. I will say it every single time. I love Powerhouse Hobbs. Simply like the main reason. Guy's really damn good in the ring, but the one thing that I will tell everybody all the time is see, he said it.
That's number 20.
Yes. I like Hobbs because his in-ring work is very good. But I will say this, the one thing that still intrigues me about Powerhouse Hobbs that gets people to like him, and me included in that situation, is that story that he has going for himself. Like that whole thing about how his brother took the freaking sacrifice for him and passed away. Like that shit fucking hits right in the goddamn feels every single time. Like when they told that on commentary the one time, like, this is Powerhouse Hobbs, this is the kind of story you want for. I'm like, what? How can you not like the guy? Like, seriously, it's cool that they're bringing that up with him and having him be like, listen, Callis didn't call me while I was out. Callis didn't do any of this. None of the family did. So I like that he's aligning himself with other people to get back at them for that whole situation. Now you got Ricochet involved. Now you got Ospreay in there. You got Mark Davis in there. I like this little feud right now. Like Fletcher and Ospreay, when they get to that, is going to be wild. I'm so split down the middle with this show because, again, it felt like there was so much that doesn't intrigue me, but there was still those bits and pieces of it that I really liked. So that's why I kind of went down the middle with this show. I was just like, it wasn't as good as last week, but it wasn't terrible. I'll put it as.
No, that makes sense. But you know what? Like one thing I want to add on that, like, I'm not adding anything else. Like, I'm not breaking it down because you guys both already broke it. But the one thing that caught my eye, I don't know if it caught you guys' eye, was really more Fletcher. I mean, not Fletcher, O'Reilly, excuse me. Watching the screen of Adam Cole's matches for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Kyle O'Reilly, yep.
And something tells me here that it can go two directions. Either we get a reuniting of, Undisputed or United Kingdom, whatever you want to call it. Or we see Roderick, how you said, turning on him. This might be a three-way and towards the end at Full Gear. Roderick joining with MJF and Kyle making the save, and Kyle and Adam Cole being now best friends. That story gives you like two scenarios or three scenarios, like more like fuck. It could go three directions.
I mean, the weird part is then it just kind of like breaks the conglomeration.
Yeah, it's so
that agreed.
Because think about it, like you still have the three men, and technically, if you count Willow in the group for the one woman,
yeah,
you look at it this way, and it's like if O'Reilly leaves the conglomeration, you can't. We're not always going to see Ishii there all the time. So basically, Orange Cassidy and Mark Briscoe are going to be riding by themselves for a long time. Like, it's just
truth be told, I like the chemistry between Kyle O'Reilly and Mark Briscoe.
I do too. The chemistry they have is weird, but it's so fucking hysterical to watch. Where Briscoe's just like, the word of the day is this, and Kyle's just like, let me just make a sentence out of this.
Yes, agree with that. But however, unless they're able to turn the story around, because these are original Ring of Honor talents that they're able to really input and make it about their fighting for. Let's just say they start with Ring of Honor, like the traditional everything of how the product started. And let's say expanded it towards around the Dynamite, Rampage, Collision, or let's say it's Shockwave, whatever, because then by the next we don't know how's it. Maybe so they could maybe work around it just to market Ring of Honor in a way for them to get involved. Maybe that who knows? We don't know where that direction is going until we get into Full Gear to see where they're going. But it just what caught my eye throughout these last 2 weeks, 3 weeks was Fletcher looking at the TV screen in every Adam Cole match. Why does he have to do that?
No, I enjoy it. The thing is, at that point, it just unless Ishii and what's the name stays longer, then it's 3-on-3. Which a conglomeration.
But we don't know how long is Ishii's.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Permission lasting for, so we don't know.
I'm saying at the very least, he should. Let's assume Ishii is staying until Full Gear. Let's assume that for right now. You get those 3, but if Kyle O'Reilly is leaving,
so that's what I'm like.
That gives you 3-on-3. Kyle O'Reilly can go help Adam Cole if that's the case. But at the same time, to your point, they're all ROH guys. So why would Kyle O'Reilly leave?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just trying to like. That's why I got to see where this is going.
It's a fascinating concept. That I like the idea that Red Dragon could get back together again.
Yes,
but at the same time.
Okay, so Russ is saying we hope we don't get RH of Kyle O'Reilly and Cole Friends, them enemies, same dog and pony show in the NXT show.
Well, think about it this way. I remember it this way. When I look at it, think about earlier with this whole thing with Kyle O'Reilly when he was interacting with the Kingdom.
Yeah.
At one point, it was like they were teasing O'Reilly turning heel because the Undisputed Kingdom was heel. This is when Adam was still out with injury. Because, and now just think about it. He's still been eyeing everything Undisputed Kingdom and Adam Cole. At this point, I feel like he wants the group to get back together. He wants it basically where he's in the group as well. He's looking at it going, man, I just want to be back with the old group again. I want it to be like all of us, you know, the Kingdom and just Undisputed Era together as one group. Undisputed Kingdom, basically, is how O'Reilly sees it. So he wants to run that back, but he's like looking at this, like basically, I have a feeling it's going to come down to the part where if he eventually gets aligned back with this, it's going to lead to the part where we're finally going to go through with that heel turn. Honestly, I think O'Reilly is going to end up leaving the conglomeration. It's going to be O'Reilly aligning with Roddy and the Kingdom at that part, and then it's going to end up being Cole aligning with the conglomeration.
Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, that's what I saw.
So you're saying the opposite then? Pretty much, you go like reverse type of stuff.
Yes. So basically, when O'Reilly leaves the conglomeration because he wants to be back with Undisputed Kingdom, he wants to be back with the group basically all over again. It's going to come down to the point where by then it'll be Roddy and the Kingdom turning, which will lead to O'Reilly just saying, screw it, I'd rather be with them because, you know, that's the OG family right there that I want to be a part of. By then, Cole's going to need backup. So that means Cole's going to have to align with the conglomeration.
That makes sense. Yeah, it's like the opposite. Yeah, it's like, damn.
So it's still up in the air. And the thing is, Ivan, to your point, it could go either way.
That's true. Yeah, no, yeah, I was saying it could be either way on that one.
The only other option, the only other thing I thought about was eventually if he's watching this the whole time, and then just like when Roddy and the Kingdom turn, this is where O'Reilly is going to look at this and go, "Man, I'm not going to leave Cole by himself," and that's when O'Reilly aligns with Cole.
That's what I'm wondering about that too. So,
then you could basically bring back Bobby Fish at that time if you could figure it out.
I am with you. I think that'd be a great story to tell. And
Kingdom versus Undisputed Era, basically,
because they will, and I think not only that, but also like how you mentioned earlier, Phil, about Jericho having to be the marketing for Ring of Honor. Now they're going to have their own television type of style, right? But also with this, adding this to that situation could really help it elevate it more, because these are really Ring of Honor originals that are able to elevate it more with that. To really have, the market level to be like, damn, we gotta get into this more. Hopefully it will work. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's so many ways this story has us questioning what direction they go to, but at least it got us intrigued. It's not as boring what we expect, because the one thing is, I get that. What got to me was really Kyle O'Reilly because I see him watching seeing the fucking television, and I'm like, why are they looking at it? Why the camera's focusing on him? And I'm like, something's up here. That's what got me, at least that story, invested.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing good on that. All the stories, I'm like, yeah, whatever. It is for me what it is. But that one, I'm actually really intrigued. Power Hill, I mean, I'm happy that Hobbs is back. He looks great. I don't know what's gonna happen there. I have to see what they're going with because they got enough time to build with the next. They have 3 shows right now until next year when the Rampage is done. But they have Dynamite Rampage Collision to figure out how they're gonna build up everything. The Moxie's thing, I think we already know that. That's gonna go on until they decide to see who is gonna be the guy to take over Moxley. We don't know.
Right.
I have no idea. I don't know where to go with that. But I hope they gotta do it right because if they continue to do this way, it's gonna be boring. It's like it's already getting there. It's like okay, whatever. Like you don't got us like okay. You got mid-card guys coming out. And I'm not disrespecting them, but come on, give us some highlight guys. Give us someone who's up there. It's just I'm not invested. Just tell me.
Again, I still think it's going to lead to the one fucking thing that I don't think really anybody wants, and that is, the fucking elite putting on those big old fucking capes and coming in to save the freaking day. Like,
which I have, to be honest with you, Redeemer, I think that might happen to that point. I
don't want that. I don't really care then at that point.
At that point, no, because they kind of broke that. For me, it kind of doesn't tell the story because it should have been. Remember, we said, I think we all said this a while back. I don't know what. We said that it should have been all former WWE talents coming here to take over a promotion, like NWO style.
God, no.
No, but hear me out though. No, I know you disagree, Phil, but I'm saying it in a short-term style, like in a month and a half type of style to get to that direction. Like right here, we only have 4 former WWE stars. I'm including what's her name? What's her fucking
Marina Shafir?
That's one. Claudio, Pac, and Moxley. Wheeler's the only one that's not it's not a former WWE guy. So okay, I get that. But let's say I'm still gonna say Shane. If you involve in Shane, this one is like okay, yeah, we want to take over. Then how Justin said, the Bucks gonna come in and say, hey, we're gonna be the ones wearing the capes, and then who else? Who we just saw recently, and then as
oh God!
It looks like it's heading that direction.
God, how stupid is that going to look? Basically null and void everything. Where you just null and void Jack Perry taking out Kenny Omega to bring Kenny back together with the Bucks because we've got to save the day, guys. Like,
do you remember the intestine scene they did with Okada?
Yeah,
with Kenny.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, it just. And
I'll be honest with you. If this is supposed to be the old generation versus the new generation, having Kenny come in and the Bucks come in to save the show defeats that purpose.
Yeah, literally.
No, it's gonna kill it. I know. It's gonna.
That's what they want to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're gonna have to wait to see. If it's not a World's End, it'll be a Revolution, and then they're gonna say. They gotta repeat how when they started the show, like when they started the promotion. Oh, we're gonna repeat. Oh yeah, we're the revolution of sports or shit, and I'm just gonna be like, okay, there you go, change channel. What else do you want? Like, okay, cool. Sorry, Rod and Todd. Like, I love you guys, but I don't because fuck Ranch Cucamonga. I guess whatever. It's all Vince's plan to buy out. There you go.
All right,
let's close it out. Double J Jordan, World Elite. Aren't you great? You are
absolutely.
Great. He is great. But yes, we're close it out, folks, because we've been almost 4 hours here. Very brief. We're not gonna get into details. It is. This was happening on Collision and Rampage. We got the Outrunners versus Tough Flight. We have Nick Wayne versus AR Fox. We have the Clown Nation versus the Death Riders, which I guess Sam Callahan gave up his rights for that because he's the one that started it, by the way. People that don't know, he's the one that started it. So I guess maybe we'll see Sam Callahan joining that group pretty soon. We don't know that.
Oh, Jesus.
Mm-hmm. And then Rampage, you have Little Rush Commander 2. You have a 3-way tag team match up there. The Infantry, Dark Order, and United Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
You have Hikaru Shida versus our girl, Viva. Bad, baby.
Let's go, baby.
I love you, Ben.
Shouts to Viva.
God.
Shouts to Shida, too, though. I love me some Hikaru Shida, though.
I love
Shida, indeed. Indubitably.
That's number, what is it? 20, hold on.
21, I think we're at.
Yes, 21.
There we go.
And then, damn, 9 more to go to hit the 30. And then we have Tough Flight versus
JD Drake and Beef.
And Kenny Omega that showed up in New Japan, and now that we're going to see him at Wrestle Kingdom, he's going to be fighting Gabe Kidd. We saw the whole jump. I saw
Let's go, baby.
So it looks like, and people are mad. Like I heard Seltzer. I heard Alvarez actually more than Seltzer. Seltzer defending New Japan. He said, no, well, I mean, that's where he came from. I'm like, yeah, I hate to agree, but it is the truth. Kenny Omega came from New Japan. Phil and, of course, my other host here, both of these two hosts, can tell you the historic of Kenny Omega. Why didn't I make a comeback in AEW instead of WWE? Well, because I think they owe New Japan a lot of favors. I mean, motherfuckers, you guys took your talent. I think you owe them Wrestle Kingdom, and you also
that makes sense.
You gotta owe them a favor. But Pepsi Phil, I mean, you bring it down, bro. What are your thoughts about this overall? And
I'll be honest with you. I care, and I plan on not watching Collision on Rampage. But what I do care about is Kenny in New Japan. Because it's not just Kenny in New Japan; it's also Ricochet and Zack Sabre Jr. They already started building that. We got the Hiromu who joined the Bullet Club War Dogs.
Oh, stupid ass fucking Sonata. I don't want to hear
Sonata. So I love Sonata about that. So all I'm saying,
I went to Dojo's debate for that with Bakley, but go ahead.
So I enjoy that because, truth be told, I enjoy it because it's a good push for Bullet Club. I like the fact that Kenny's comeback is not going to be in America. It's going to be in Japan. Because truth be told, he needs to be tested. And right now, if he wants to come back and have a real match with anybody, the only person he could have is with Okada. And let's face it, I feel like Kenny probably thinks he's rusty. And if he's going to go after Okada when he first shows up, he needs to be in top form. And having a match against Gabe Kidd will do that a lot better than having like random knuckle and draggers with some of the young guys at AEW.
I'm not saying Gabe Kidd's someone to take lightly either.
Exactly.
Gabe Kidd is fucking
fantastic. Because you're Jake White is your next. I mean, Gabe Kidd is your next Jake White.
Exactly.
It is.
So that's my thing, though. This makes perfect sense for Kenny. Like he has been off for almost a year, with literally while avoiding injury by pretty much working injured for the better part of 2 years beforehand. So I'm pretty sure he's probably worried about where he is professionally. So like I said, I respect the hell out of him of doing it from Japan where it all started for him. So and again, Ricochet and Zack Sabre Jr. Ricochet made a name for himself in Japan as well, and now he's doing it for Zack Sabre Jr., who honestly already has a great name, and this will make both of them look great.
Yes.
The rest of Japan stuff, I mean, there's other things going on that I can't remember right now, but truth be told, that is the only thing I care about. And Ricochet, the tag team, the World Tag League Championship for AEW, which is basically all that shit is. It's fine for what it is. But truth be told, Leo Rush versus Commander, I done seen it. I don't need to see that shit again. There ain't no story behind it. All it is a bunch of dudes just jumping around being bouncy. So
if I wanted that, we got Javon Evans.
Thank you.
Yeah.
At least Javon Evans has a story with Wes Lee. Shit.
Right?
Feels like that for that segment.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
And he bouncy.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, the problem with Collision,
girl, Viva Van, man, what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, the problem with Collision Rampage is that because they're short shows, for some reason Tony's like, I don't need to build storylines for these 1 hour shows.
Right?
Like, okay, if you say so, bruh. People wouldn't you wouldn't be complaining about the ratings if you did. I mean, and like I said, am I happy about the conglomeration versus the BCC / Death Riders / the people who made Wheeler Yuta a bitch? Yeah, I mean, I would.
Lady in Red.
I would normally like that, but honestly, Collision does not. I mean, yeah, that's probably the main event. Collision is not interesting enough for me to care about that.
I think for me, it would be the Outriders versus Tough Flight.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Because again, I understand Outriders are the fan favorites right now. And they should be, because I enjoy them too. But the thing is that Collision honestly feels like the stepchild of their booking. They should literally be doing honestly, that trios match should be on freaking Dynamite with a better build than just they randomly picked a fight with them, so we're going to do it on Collision.
Right.
It feels like a throwaway match, which it is not, because again, that could be one of the most epic matches of the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know I said I didn't care. I spent way too much time talking about Collision and Rampage, but like I said, but the long and short of it is I care more about Kenny and New Japan. Japan effects right now than those two brands entirely.
Commander versus Dio is like Commander versus Hologram, where Hologram since Commander moved on to Hologram hype. He disappeared, and when Ricochet appeared.
I mean, what Rusty's saying is we've never seen Hologram and Ricochet in the same room together.
That's hysterical.
Okay. Redeemer, what do you got for us about these two shows?
I mean, both Collision and Rampage look like solid cards, but again, like I'm with Phil. Like I haven't genuinely watched a Rampage episode since freaking the CM Punk debut. So Rampage just doesn't intrigue me because it's only an hour. Like they don't give you much substance to really go off an hour. And Collision, like, yes, we just watched the one last week, which was really freaking good, honestly. But like, and this card looks really good too. But like, I don't know. Collision, I stopped watching Collision religiously because it just doesn't feel the same like it used to anymore. Like Collision just feels like it's there. It almost just feels like an extended Rampage. That's how I feel about Collision, really. It's like, but maybe I'll watch it. I'm not 100% sure. The Kenny and New Japan stuff, really, I'm with you. That stuff is just so intriguing because, again, like it literally was just said, Kenny feels like he's rusty. This is your way to freaking get himself, to loosen up a little bit, get himself ready for when he gets back to AEW. Because, like, hell, he's in there with Gabe Kidd. I think Gabe Kidd's a hell of a way to freaking start off your freaking comeback. So, yeah, Kenny just being there is just absolutely worth seeing. Like, if anybody out there watches Rampage and Collision religiously, I congratulate you, because right now, most of the time, I just feel like I keep up with those two shows via highlights, and that's about it.
Very good. Well, folks, that is it for this evening. We did a lot. Well, remember, we do this once a week when it comes to covering everything, all the news or anything we need to cover. Man, what can we say? We got a lot, but we can tell you this, folks. This Saturday coming up, hopefully Phil can join us, because live this Saturday will be GETCHO Live podcast, karaoke night, more of a hangout with the whole Debate Network crew. Hopefully Phil was able to join us. That will happen at 8 o'clock Central. So that means that will happen
9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. and 4 o'clock Pacific.
There we go.
So that means that I'll be having some drinks with him because we have the holidays coming up. So we're trying to mash up everything, give everybody the holiday week, and for you guys listening and audiences, break because you got to be with the family and everything else.
Yes.
But there's a lot of things happening coming next week. We still got Raw talking with De Niro. We still got Tuesday next week with the Redeemer here and the Man of 1,000 Words. We got Wednesday coming now. This Wednesday coming up officially. AEW Dynamite Watch Along will be here on the debate on the Debate Network. So that will be happening here. The watch along alongside with the Redeemer and Tim King. Thursday,
baby.
Here, and we'll see where it takes us from there. Until there's a lot of things happening here.
Mm-hmm.
But you already know, is that time, folks?
Yes.
Is that time? It's Mimi's time because this man, he's tired. Pepsi Phil went from this way.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
He went 2 different routes. He went from okay. Fuck up. He's pretty much telling me that. But I love Pepsi Phil. He is our attorney-at-law.
I mean, this man called Kyle Fletcher a freaking Final Fantasy stripper. I'm good for that.
I can't believe he did that shit. I'm telling him, my ass. But I'm gonna let these gentlemen let you guys know where you can find them besides here. I will start off with the attorney-at-law. Tell them where they can find you, where they can see you, search you, and locate you, and call you because they want a consultation fee alongside with a free can of Pepsi.
The fastest way is get on Instagram, look up the profile Philip JP 24601. The link's in the bio. All the deets are in that link. Anything you need to know about me will be there. Anything you don't see, you don't need to know.
Thank you so much, Rusty.
Thanks for you, Rusty.
Appreciate your input, bro.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. We really appreciate it. But yes, the Redeemer, our other host. Tell them where they can find you, where they can search you, where they can locate you. Everywhere.
Well, first off, you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, In Time Wrestling Podcast, at JustinTime211 on X. Go and find the In Time Wrestling Podcast. Go listen to old episodes. Other than that, sadly, the show is going to be put on the sideline because I'd rather focus on the fam here, get the circle of debate absolutely just blowing up like always. But other than that, I'm around everywhere, I am literally called Mr. Every freaking night for a reason. I come out there and I do this for you. Plus, I just absolutely love it. This is me. The grind don't stop here. It is real right here. So make sure you are subscribed, notifications on, so you do not miss what we have coming for you.
That's right. He's the host here in the show. I'm not the host. These are 2 hosts here that they run the show. If I'm not here, they run it. It doesn't matter. If none of us here, then we all run it. That's what it is. That's because these 2 gentlemen are the greatest hosts. Because you know what, America needs to fuck yeah! Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah! Because it comes save the fucking day for all of y'all. That's what it does. That's right. Ain't that right? Just don't start with your shit. The fuck? Don't start. No, it's gonna happen. But man, yes, it was a wonderful time. But to the folks, we're off tomorrow. Friday. Nothing happening here on this show Friday. But Saturday we'll be here. We'll hopefully with the whole crew to see if Phil's available. I don't GETCHO wants to have everybody together because it's a holiday week. It's Memorial Day weekend coming up. And by the way, people that are listening, Memorial Day coming up on Monday. Yes, we'll be here, the Redeemer and Dom. But salute you all of you guys for your services for our country. Thank you. And happy Veterans Day for all of you guys coming up on Monday. Until then, folks, you already know that here we don't just do, we're going to do 2 ways, of course, folks. We don't just do podcasting, art, music. Man, telling everybody how it's supposed to be before you redeem yourself to this Redeemer. And just, what do we do here, gentlemen?
Well, absolutely simple answer for everybody out there. Over here at Circle of Debate, we make history. COD, too sweet.
Woo! Woo woo. And now it's time for Wendy Style to end this here.
Yes.
In 3, 2, 1. Bye!
Will over and over. Make over and over. History!